Hello, y'all. Welcome to another BMBBH on a Monday. My name is Kev, and thank you for joining me. And please, on the way in, the very least you can do, that's for free, is hit that like button. And if it's your first time here, why don't you go ahead and do yourself a favor and hit that subscribe button? Yep, we want this audience to grow. And with that being said, I have an audience that is truly genuine, and I appreciate that. So don't worry about it, guys, because we're gonna get into some stuff tonight, and this is gonna be sort of a rant. So just want y'all to sit tight and just relax. And I know some of y'all have to work tomorrow on a Tuesday, so it really means a lot to me that you guys are here on a Monday with me. So also, for a very small fee per month, you can become a member of this channel. Let me give a shout out to the members real quick. The Scott, Greg, Aaron Peters, Bill Brad, Creed Fan Forever, Dez, Blacklight Revelations 2, Zentober, D Rock Den, Topaz Presents a Neo Nubian's Nuances, Pulsar Echo, Shatera, and last and but definitely not least, Tell Toya. Thank you for your support from month to month. And let me go ahead and give some shout outs in the chat. Who we have here. Oh, Tell Toya. She was here first. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. And for the short time that you can stop by, because I know you got to work tomorrow. But you're an adult, that's up to you. But thanks for being here anyway. We got Phil Brad in the building. We got Janice Vale. What's going on? We got RPM, Detroit 313. Oh, we got Azriel, first of his name. Thank you for the super sticker. Really appreciate that support. All right. And Phil Brad saying embrace the suck. Okay. RPM wants to give a shout out to the chat. Peace to the chat. Okay. All right. All right, let me just go ahead and explain this, and I'm not gonna sit here and make a hater famous, but if you would like to go to my community tab, yeah, we already got 13 in the building, so everybody just coming in, press like, please. Press like or press dislike. Yeah, the reason why I thought about this topic is because uh, smoke show Sundays, although there have been some very good smoke shows, has not been going really as planned. I would say. Like, I can barely find anyone to, actually give me any kind of smoke. And I've started to really think about things that people told me earlier in my existence that I'm this so called good guy. Now, that's something that I've never ever called myself because good, everybody defines good guy different. I understand that it is subjective, and anyone calling themselves a good guy is, for me, I mean, is self-centered. How do you know you're a good guy? That's another, because at one point in my life, when I was younger and less mature, I would be like, "Well, I'm a good guy, and this community doesn't seem to like good guys." And people would ask me, "What makes you a good guy? Why do you believe that you're a good guy?" And I would usually believe that it was because I was polite. I treated people like I wanted to be treated. Uh, I didn't do messed up things. I wasn't shady. I didn't steal from anyone. I didn't try to trick anyone into doing things that they did not want to do. I wasn't going around just getting girls pregnant with no intention of supporting the baby. You know, I wasn't robbing people. I wasn't shooting at people. I wasn't being a gangbanger or anything like that. Any of the did not embody any of the negative stereotypes. But the one thing is this is like it seems like when others say that, hey, you're a good guy, you're a good guy. It's taken for weakness. It's taken for weakness, and you know what? Kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. So at one point, I didn't want to be a good guy anymore. Kind of transformed into an asshole, and I just gave it to people like they gave it to me, and really, there's nothing wrong with that. Giving people a taste of their own medicine because it was kind of a survival thing for me. Survival in the social atmosphere. You know, because I thought that by being an asshole, it would really deter people from really you know messing with me like that. But what I also understood by doing that eventually is that they introduced a whole new set of problems. Uh, and yeah, it things became complicated. But one thing I was and always will be in this so-called good guy stage, in this asshole stage, was that I was a very sharp and observant person. That was the one thing that I'll always be consistent. And one day I just decided to not give zero fucks anymore. I just decided to be myself, to not try to be anything that anybody else wanted me to be or thought I should have been, which should have been the thing in the first place. You know, maybe who knows how much further along mentally I would be if I had decided earlier to be that way instead of deciding later. And um, I'm here to tell you guys is when I come up here to this platform, this is who I am. Period. I'm not pretending to be anything. I'm not trying to give y'all this grandioso image that I'm not being, I'm not pretending to be some guy that's rich with all this clout. I'm not lying to you about my status in society. I'm not lying to you about the level of respect I get from people or anything like that. I'm just me at this point. Life's too short to be anything else as far as I'm concerned. And for those of you who come up here to this platform and pretend, all I'm gonna say is you're setting yourself up for a very, very rude awakening. So back to the smoke show thing. Yeah, is that I just am not getting the results that I want to get, and I really made the smoke show with the intensive purposes of getting the people over here who love to complain about whatever their issues with the space is. And, basically the more toxic ones that, love calling people names, love saying, pulling bullshit out of their ass. And, I just wanted them to come tell me because, maybe I got a couple surprises, and it's always coming from a verbal witty place with me. It's nothing that is going to be malicious or nothing bullyish, like a lot of some of these people try to be or try to pull off. So um now I'm gonna say something that hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power says when he comes in this chat. He says leave a comment after the broadcast in the comment section, just so it'll help the algorithm. And yeah, it's that's what I want you to do for what I'm about to tell you because I was accused of something by, I don't know if this guy's a subscriber or he's just somebody who has this channel in his algorithm. Uh but yeah, made a post in my community tab, and go to my community tab whenever you get the chance and look up that community post. And I said that smoke show Sundays, haven't been going exactly how I want it, in that context. And he made an accusation. He made a couple of accusations about, why it wasn't going so well instead of giving me the suggestions that I asked for. So let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm not going to put it on the screen. You know, I'm not into making dorks famous. I'll say that. But hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it real quick so I can read it to you. Oh, I see hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power has made it in. Yeah. So yeah, let me go to the channel real quick. I'm gonna read to you what this guy said. And myself and hybrid, we encountered this guy before on another community post. So here's what he said. Okay, I'm gonna read the post first. Like I said, you'll know the post because I have a gif of Carlton dancing with a female, and it reads just like this: "Smoke show Sundays haven't produced much smoke for me, and I've even called people out. I mean, they call themselves calling out the space, so I thought it was good for me to call them out. Any suggestions? Comment below." Okay, so this particular guy's comment was, "That's because any smoke you get, you play dumb and deflect, and then use the audience as a shield." Which I'm going to go ahead and say that I totally disagree with. Let me read that to you guys again. "That's because any smoke you get, you play dumb and deflect, then use the audience as a shield." Okay, so for anyone that has tuned in to Smoke Show Sundays, and if you haven't, what are you doing? Smoke Show Sundays, Sunday nights here on this channel. What are you guys doing? I don't understand it. But is pretty much up to the audience who they want to tune into. So so I don't receive, and this is why I disagree with this. I don't receive smoke on the smoke show. I don't. In fact, the few times BGS has been up here, BGS has gotten far more smoke than I got on my own show. And, I don't find it amusing, but BGS is sort of a guy who attracts that kind of attention because, like many black men in his space, he tells you like it is. He shoots straight with you. And we got content creators that, often attack BGS and act like I'm supposed to attack him as well. Which, if I ever decide to attack anyone, it's not going to be because a large number of people are doing it. It's going to be because I want to do it, and it's my decision. I'm not a go along. You know, In fact, I implore, guys, if you are up here, you know, uh, grow some nuts and stand on your own 10 toes. Period. You don't need anybody to back you up. So I guess that's what he means by me playing dumb. And you know what? That's fine. If he was to come up here and say it on Sunday night, then I would understand a little bit more. But let me read it again. That's because any smoke, which is zero, you play dumb. Because I'm supposed to agree with everybody's bullshit instead of going along with what's in my heart and deflect, which means that deflect, as defined in many places in this space, just simply means that I'm supposed to agree with you or else it's deflecting. And I'm supposed to deflect shit that I don't agree with. In fact, it's not really deflecting. It's me taking what you're saying, if I disagree with it, and break it down into itty bitty pieces and analyze it and throw it back in your face and tell you you're full of shit. Because I believe that's what you're supposed to do. I'm not just supposed to be like, oh, hey guys, I disagree with whatever the fuck you're saying, even though it's dead wrong. Now, if you're right, I'll admit you're right, and then I'll concede the point. I've done that many times in the past. Not necessarily so much on this channel because it's not many things that people have been able to throw at me, and then I've been saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm wrong." Blah blah blah. You know. Oh, but the greatest part about that, the guy says I use the audience as a shield. What in the fuck is that supposed to even mean? I use the audience as a shield, which means that whoever watches this program, I consider to be my minions. That I just will just up and expect you to agree with everything I say. And if you don't agree, I'll blast you right then and there, just like other content creators. Insult you and make you feel bad for even tuning in the first place, which I've never done. But the thing is like I'm supposed to look at you like you're a fucking minion. Like, oh, okay, yeah, can you come help me out and get rid of this son of a bitch that keeps saying this stuff? Like, no. What I how I respect my audience is that I respect your opinion. Not everyone agrees with me. Not everyone does. Even Weather, who tunes in quite often, has pushed back on a couple of things that I've said. Did I berate the guy? Did I treat him like shit? No. Did the audience automatically attack Weather for it? I mean, Hybrid Catastrophic Impacts X83rd Power has had a couple of back and forths with Weather, but hey, shit. It shows that proper discourse and conversation can go on in that chat without everyone acting like it's a fucking echo chamber. See, this guy is from an echo chamber that said all this stuff. And I pretty much justifiably berated him because he was dead fucking wrong. Period. You know, he was dead wrong. And if like I said, he can definitely come up here anytime he wants and explain it to me, especially on Sunday. Shoot. So I'm just saying, man. Don't come to me full of it. If anything. Don't come to me full of it. Don't expect me to join the crowd when you attack another content creator because I'm not going to fucking do it. Just like if I attack someone and you guys watching don't necessarily agree with it, then you're allowed to have your opinion. But if you're wrong, you're wrong. And anyone that gives half of a shit about you should be able to tell you. Sorry, that's just the way it is. That's just the reality of things. Not everyone is going to agree with you. Not everyone's going to be a part of your little intense echo chamber that sits up there and cries, cries, cries about whatever another black man is saying. It's just it's not something I very very much care about. But what he said in one of the comments kind of jumped out at me. You know, saying that titling something smoke show just to listen to a bunch of dudes jack each other off doesn't make for good content. Now, I've said plenty of times, anyone who has smoke can hit the link. Anybody. But I always get these guys that don't have any smoke for me when I hit the link. It becomes a regular fucking conversation, which means one or two things. Which means one or two things. Either the person or people who have smoke are not interested in hitting the link or they're chicken shits. I will go more along the line of the second one, but I will accept the first one. So let me go through some of these comments. I know some of y'all are commenting down there. Yep. Some of you are commenting down there. So, oh yeah. So look who we got here. And let's look who we have in the building right now. Um, we got hybrid. I saw you down there, Doctor Thunder. What is going on? Here we got hybrid saying Smoke Show Sundays has a very potent vibe and discussing and getting things off your chest. That's the intention. I mean, you ain't got to come up here and just outright disrespect me. And, I ain't got to outright disrespect you. But if you have an issue, especially an issue with the space, you should be able to come up here and say something about it, period. It's not going to, I'm not going to do like other channels, you know. I'm not going to dox you. I'm not going to disrespect your relatives, the dead ones, the living ones. I'm not going to post your kids. I'm not going to do any of that stuff. It'll just be a disagreement if I disagree with it. APTV, what is up? Good to see you, brother. Keep it 100. We got Marcus in the building. This man said, "Dude is grasping for straws." Definitely, definitely. Like I said, I'm not here. I'm not here to just try to take down the space every fucking day I do a broadcast. You have content creators like that don't like me for no fucking reason. Maybe one or two have a reason, but they're not very good ones. SLE and Fitness, what is up? Hybrid Catastrophic Impact X83rd Power says people don't understand the concept of respectfully disagreeing. Sure don't. RPM say I disagree with a lot of people and we're still friends. Yeah, because see that's what I be talking about. It takes maturity to do that. It does. It takes maturity to do that. It's not like every time you disagree with me, I'm just gonna break down and say, "Oh, I fucking hate you and I wish you would die." But I know that these spaces have the capacity to wish death on people or make fun of people being dead, which is in very poor taste. RPM, well, hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd power says myself and Weather have had disagreements, but I really respect the brother. Yeah, you're allowed to do that. It's all right to disagree with a person. Got Trail Bentley in the building. What's going on? When they start throwing insults, they pretty much expose themselves and their agenda. Yeah, it's to disrupt, because let me and Toya, I wasn't gonna skip over you. Disagreement presents an opportunity for enlightenment. Definitely, definitely. She also says I love playing devil's advocate. Yeah, me too. And I run into this kind of stuff, especially with my family members. When I disagree with them, they try to dismiss it as, "Oh, you just like going against the grain, don't you?" But at the same time, is that you have nothing for me if you say that. Every catastrophic impact X83rd power says so many dudes are so much in their feelings. Sad. Yeah, sad as fuck. Sad as fuck. They automatically jump in their feelings. But the whole circle jerk thing was like, a lot of these dudes be on some gay shit. And the reason why is because a lot of the females that they encounter who feelings are hurt by, truth telling black men are in their feelings also. I presented it as, this one little statement right here, hoes are mad. So they there's this thing that people have, especially on how they perceive black men, as this we're supposed to be fighting type deal. We're not supposed to be nice. We're not supposed to have civil discourse. We're supposed to be in almost every situation, we're supposed to be ready to throw blows. Like, say for instance, if like Marcus says, I like to put almond milk in my cereal, and then I say, no, I like to put 2%. And then Marcus says, fuck you, man. Fuck you in at 2%. I'm like, fuck you in that almond milk.
You know, they think that every conversation is supposed to go like that, or else, if I agree with about three or four dudes that just sitting up here, we're talking and we're just chopping it up, and we're not fighting and we're not mad at each other and we're not shitting on each other, is all of a sudden a circle jerk. Like every time somebody come up here just to have a civil conversation, I just go and get the tub of Vaseline just in case. Like, get the fuck out of here with that shit. Say, I got a big old tub of Vaseline. I normally use it for other stuff like, chapped lips and shit. But hey, let's do this jerk thing. Why is it such a bad thing for men to get along? I used to get that shit on Facebook. When there were like groups of guys who would discuss, what their life's happenings and such, you'll always get this punk ass troll that'd be like, oh, the men, they just want to circle jerk each other. Why does it always have to be lowered to gay shit? It's like, what's wrong with people? It's like the second they get mad with you, they bring up something like, they bring up some alphabet shit like that's what we're about. Even when I lie, it's the true Scarface. Motherfucker, in all fairness, 2% milk is nasty. LOL. Yeah, I was just, just bringing up some stuff. Is a Trail Bentley said unity provides a force multiplier. However, growth requires conflict. Healthy disagreement allows us to prune and reconstruction our arguments, which strengthens those beliefs. Exactly. And the thing is, I can learn something new from any of you guys. Definitely a content creator like Dr. Thunder or Dr. Tiasan Johnson or Green Gorilla or a Thai City, you know, or even a Ramil for that matter. I always open my mind to learning new things. you know I always open my mind if, like, to, if a person tells me a better way to do things, I'm not going to be so prideful and be, feel as if feel as if somehow I'm being one upped because you told me something that I did not know, or you showed me a more efficient way to do things. And I'm proud to be able to say that even though, I'm an older guy, that there are things that I can still learn from people. You know, there are things that I still don't know that the next person may know that might be very useful. I don't close my mind and say, fuck that person. I know that's what some people want me to do because, otherwise I'd just be jerking motherfuckers off. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. I'm not gonna attack people. I'm gonna continue to be this amalgamated good guy. What I mean by that is, you know, I've had people perceive me to be a good guy. And sometimes that has worked to my advantage, and sometimes that has worked to my disadvantage. But in all of that, I'm just being Kev. Kev. That's not a screen name. That's my real first government name. As far as hiding, I'm not hiding from anyone. I'm not doing like some of these fickle content creators that berate people then make their broadcast private. I don't do that shit. If I got something to say about someone, I leave up the broadcast for them to hear it. You know why? Because I am a man. I take much pride in being a man, a biological heterosexual black man. I take much pride in that, and I don't give a damn how anybody else feels about me taking pride in that. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. So Why is it that being a good guy in this communitah amongst our people such a detriment? Why is it? Is it because of our own indoctrinations? You know, because, like my habitual line stepper brother says, Roger, we were all born into a system of white supremacy. Not to say that's the ultimate excuse as to why some of us haven't made progress in our lives, because we are very open to do so. Nothing is stopping you from doing anything these days. There may still be an air of unfairness, but there's plenty of opportunity to remove yourself from those situations. Some it may be more difficult for others, but um, just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind when I say such a thing, because sometimes life isn't fair. It isn't. That's just what it is. But why is it such a bad thing? Because when people used to call me this good guy in the past, it is I'm not stupid. Sometimes they were being smug. Sometimes they were as telling me that as a way of saying that you couldn't handle some of the things that we can handle, thus putting themselves in a superior position to me. And although I can acknowledge my strengths and acknowledge my weaknesses, that would be quite insulting. Now, I bet some people out there, uh, believe that I put this broadcast up just to complain about the women I didn't get. Oh Lord, they didn't want a good guy. They want a pookie. Oh, they want a thug. Oh, they keep having babies by these loser ass niggas and all this other stuff. They didn't want no good guy. Even though there's a lot of validity to it, this is not what this broadcast is about. This is not. It really isn't. I'm being as sincere as possible, because my thing is people can fuck who they want to fuck, but they got to deal with the consequences afterwards. And that goes for men and women. I get so sick of women blaming, guys for the sex they had also. I get so sick of that. And then it doesn't seem like you're being a man when you blame her. Oh man, I couldn't control my dick. Oh, I just didn't have a condom, but she was being so seductive. And then my thing is I tell them guys, well, just put it in her mouth. God damn it. Then finish her off that way. You ain't gotta bring a baby in this world that you're not ready to take care of. Real shit. Real shit. Trail Bentley, we have to reprogram ourselves despite the hand that was dealt. It's still personal responsibility to overcome the programming. Damn right. Uh, LOL. Tra Houston says LOL, but it has validity. What LOL? What the fuck? Yeah, it does. Louis Conyer, what is going on? Yeah, but yeah, if so, for those of you watching that, like I was just pointing it out, for those of you watching that believe that this is just going to be me saying, "Oh man, women don't want good guys." Hey, there's other places to go for that. That's no longer my issue, and it hasn't been my issue for a long, long time. But yeah, I do. Yeah, I mean, the validity part is, yeah, I do watch. I did watch certain women get with some fucked up guys, and then complained about their situation afterwards, which caused a whole zero fucks attitude. Why should I give a fuck? That was a choice you made. That man said skeet on the cheeks and not in them. In her mouth like your name. LOL. Yeah. Yeah, man. But it's just like the thing is, it's like being a good guy in the black community in 2023 has such a negative portrayal. It does. And I mean, it's like this is something that you guys have to understand. And I think some of you guys like Art Install TV. What's going on, man? Good to see you. He understands this as well. It's almost it really is a bad thing amongst a lot of dudes and a lot of these women to be a good guy. As if you can't like as if you can't protect you and yours because you have a good spirit. Most good guys will blow you away if you threaten them and theirs. You know, hell, I consider you a good guy if somebody does a home invasion and you take them off of this fucking planet. I'll be the first in line to shake your hand. Good guy doesn't mean you can't defend yourself or not capable of defending yourself, which is I just said the same thing. We need more good people. We need more good guys. We need more protagonists. Shout out to nameless protagonists. Oos. But we need more protagonists. The man said exactly. She didn't go ice skating and slipped and fall on a Johnson. But they sure as fuck act like it. They sure as fuck act like it. So let me see what my likes are looking like. Let's see what my likes are looking like. Let me see. Oh, okay. Got 24, which is a very good ratio for the audience that is watching. I appreciate that. No dislikes yet, you know, but sometimes people like to sneak those dislikes in after I go off the air. But some of y'all know what I mean. Kids tend to blame everyone but themselves. So when black women, and pookies don't take accountability, I just call them children. Yeah, if you calling them children as a dig, but understand that you shouldn't make a habit of taking their adulthood away because then that gives them justification to act like shit. It does. And don't ever give an adult, I mean past 18 years old, because fuck it. I've met some mature 18-year-olds. But if they're past 18-year-old, don't treat them like kids. Fuck that shit. Treat them like adults. Treat them like the adults they're supposed to be. Give them that level of accountability. Because, I'm gonna start teaching my kid. She a little young now, so we'll wait till her brain matures a little bit. And I'm saying once you're 18, hey, once you're 18, you are responsible for these decisions that you make. And I'm pretty much already teaching her about good decision making. Like I saw a video, uh, I was watching a video earlier, and you remember that crate challenge? Um, I was just trying to get her in tune to what social media does. She already watching little stuff on YouTube. I mean, it's a little funny stuff. She's entertained by, but she sooner or later she gonna run across a video that's gonna catch her interest. That's gonna, you know, we all know how that goes. But I was just showing her like, please don't do these little stupid challenges that you see on social media, because the challenge was a crate challenge where this girl, she was going up the crate, she got to the top and she fell off and she landed on her back where one of the crates, like she fell on one of the crates. And there's a guy that came in and said, no, she passed out and she severed her spinal cord. So she's paralyzed for life. You can Google it. Crate challenge paralyzed girl. You can put those keywords in. And I really emphasized to her, like, don't do stupid shit because you see other people doing it. Because I don't want you to get hurt. I don't know what I would do if you would have hurt yourself like that. I don't want to see you paralyzed, because there's not going to be a minute that goes by that I don't wish I could trade places with you. I want her to have a fulfilling life. The thing is about this whole good guy thing is that if you expect every black man to be a menace, more and more are going to adopt that attitude because they think it's cool, and it's not going to be. And things aren't already safe for anyone, especially children. But for to create an even more dangerous climate, that's going to be stupid on our parts, and it's a responsibility for us as an adult to make sure that doesn't happen. So all of you out there with sons, make sure that you're steering your sons in the right direction. That is a very important thing. People would often say that, oh, the way you be talking about women, which like every time somebody says that, I always say, please point out, just like I pointed out with that little douche in that community tab. I said, please point out whatever I said that you don't agree with. And like 60 times out of 10, it always points in another direction. Well, your crew, well, you be having people on your panel, or you be having people in your Facebook group where you allow them to say stuff about women. And I'm just like, shut the fuck up. You don't have a fucking argument. That shit pisses me the fuck off. Stop. Damn. But at any rate, yeah, make sure that we are making a better world for those of us who have children. And I can't tell you how to parent. I can only suggest that make sure that you are making this a better place for our children when they grow up and we become too old to protect them. What's going on, Chaos Rain? Because it's making it damn hard for you to be a good guy. You got a bunch of numbskulls out here. You got a bunch of idiots out here. And no one wants, and I mean, like, you may have an abandonment for self, just like I do sometimes, but shoot, when you got people you care about, that takes on a whole new complexion. Period. It does. So, social media is a dangerous place for kids. Yep. It is because I mean, you got first off, when at the dawn of the internet, you had like a new place for child predators to, they had a new resource to get in contact with children. So, parents, we got to take extra measures to monitor what our kids are not only watching on TV, but what they're surfing on the web on their computers and their now they got their pads, that have internet access. So we got to be extra careful. And me having a girl, I got to be extra, extra careful. You know, as far as grown ass women who feelings are hurt by the information, I could give a damn about them. Shoot, they need to go to their daddies if they're grown ups, of course. My kids love to watch gamers streaming. Yeah, uh, yeah, that can be sort of iffy too. Just depending on the level of shit talking. I mean, I don't watch I don't watch social media platforms such as Twitch, but you got but from what I hear about, gamers and such, you got to have a thick skin. You got to have a thick skin. Cuz them kids will insult the fuck out of you. Hit that like button like it assaulted you. You damn right. She got paralyzed. I even looked it up because people were making comments like, "Oh, one guy on the internet says she got paralyzed, and y'all fools believe it." And then like there was other people like research it for yourself. People like to dismiss the internet. But let me get back to this whole good guy thing and how much nothing is wrong with being a good guy. I mean, some of the best good guys that I've ever met have come out of the hood. When they say don't judge a book by its cover. And some of the worst people have come out of affluent neighborhoods because they got a stick up their ass. They act like they got a stick up their ass because they come from privilege. So so I'm not just talking about like the pookies and trying to down and denigrate guys just because they made a couple of mistakes, and women too. Though you don't down and denigrate women just because they made a couple of mistakes. It's the attitudes that they have after that shit. Chance Rogers, what's going on? Gamers will go there with insults, just like some of these people in this space. They'll come at you with the biggest insults. You know why they do that? You know why they do that? Is because they feel safe. Because you're not sitting 2 feet in front of them to punch them in the face. Because there are people that said things to me that I was like, "Damn, only, if only I could use instant transmission like Goku, I would go to these motherfuckers and shit would be on." But that's not reality. That is not reality. Yeah. So let me ask y'all this, for the men that's listening, because it's primarily men and a couple women here and there. Have you ever been called a good guy to your detriment? To your detriment. I mean, for whatever reason. I'm not. I mean, is it was it a kindness for weakness thing? Um, was it a did it did it fuck you up in the dating world? Were you something that people didn't expect? I mean, seriously, seriously. One thing that one thing that I did discover in all this is the fact that when you portray yourself and carry yourself like you actually care about humanity, it's something that people will be intimidated by. And you say intimidated, you say, Kev, yeah, because they don't have that goodness about them. It makes them feel like a even worse person. It makes them more self-conscious. Like I've had plenty of friends, and I've had a couple of friends that actually told me that. So it's a possibility that the reason why a lot of good guys and nobody really like wants to think about what a good black man looks like. The reason why is because there's something in you that they cannot attain, that they can't take away from you, that they wish they could. A lot of dudes that were fucked up niggas, I would say, wanted to take that from me. They wanted to see me in a more disagreeable light. They wanted to see me fight people. They wanted to see me just getting random hoes pregnant. They wanted to see that just so they wouldn't feel bad being them. Because to an extent, shady niggas seriously feel bad about who they are. They just don't portray it that way because, they can kind of gain from that shit. Hybrid says, good, great question. I have. In my situation, I helped people and got taken advantage of. I remember I helped a dude that was struggling and he ended up robbing me long ago. Yeah, they really believe that if you help them or they have somehow gotten one over on you and they begin to treat you like you're stupid. And usually the worst part about something like that is they would get declared the winner by others. Man, you got caught slipping, man. And they say that shit in jest. Oh, man, you got caught slipping, man. Oh, man, that's your fault. You would get blamed for that shit. You would by people who's supposed to be on your side, supposedly. Shoot, the people will side with the villain rather than the damn protagonist. I only side with the villain, in movies and such. I don't side with real life villains because truly, them niggas ain't smart enough to know what they're doing. Robert Nelson, if it's pertaining to in a dating context, when they told me you're a good person, I knew I wasn't getting no yams. On the flip side, when they seen me with non-black women, suddenly the Keishas noticed. Yeah, they want to end it for you. They want to be number one in your life all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, any of you guys. I mean, I said the broadcast wasn't primarily about, oh, oh, they don't want no good guys. Nah, I mean, but you guys in the audience in the chat are allowed to say it. I sure learned my lesson, LOL. Yeah, I mean, as long as you learn from it. Now, if you go back to being the same way and you get screwed over again, then yeah, it might be your fault and it might be time for you to take some accountability. So I still get told by people that either way they don't believe I'm from the hood or that I must be a preacher. Man, you can be a good guy and not be a preacher, man. Stop trying to typecast people. Stop trying to do that shit. It's it's not a good thing. It really isn't. Yeah, yeah. But let me tell y'all something. I wouldn't trade my character just for some brownie points with idiots. And one thing that I've noticed with many people is sometimes people do that shit. They would trade the goodness in their hearts and their souls just to get some brownie points, just to get some acceptance, just to be cool with people. Yeah, I'm so cool now. No, you're not. You're a coward. You were afraid to be who you were. So you changed or tried to call yourself changing. Shit. And I don't consider myself a coward. So, yep. So anyway, maybe one day I'll get some smoke on my smoke show, but I'm not gonna have to. I'm not gonna change in order to do so. I'm just gonna keep being me, which means that if I believe that something is wrong, I will still continue to challenge it, and I will be a good person to those who matter. Herbert says a chick told me that I was such a good guy that I would make a woman that I end up with happy. This was during my simp days. Man, I don't I cannot take that as a compliment because it's like Robert Nelson said a minute ago. That means that you're not getting any yams. You're like a brother to me. You're such a great friend. And then she'll go and let some other dude splack at her face. That man said, "Yeah, we've all had some simp moments, brother. We've all had simp moments. I had a simp moment. Shoot, I had a couple simp moments, but I can admit that. But no more of that shit from me. No, no more of that shit. Shoot, they use guys like that just to get something that they didn't get from the guys they were treating them like shit, and then sticking it in their third door access. Like shit. Tell you something. Some of the best that I ever got was from a girl that I was mean to. Seriously, I didn't pull no punches with this one. I talked to her all kinds of ways. I degraded her. That was after my simp days. I degraded her, and then it was some of the best I ever had. Not to recommend that everybody do that does that. That takes a certain style of execution. You know, if I was extremely natural with it. If you're not natural, people will pick up on that. 33 in the building, please press like. Press that like. For the brothers that have been the mayor of the friend zone, I felt your pain. And Kevin, I've experienced this on more than one occasion. They gave me the box. I put the storm breaker on them, and then I would be here where this is going. The man said he put storm breaker on them. She'd be like, "I don't want to ruin our friendship." LOL. Then yeah, I tell him I got enough damn friends. Fuck out of here. Well, shit. We gonna go shoot some hoops tomorrow. We gonna play Madden. Fuck out of here, man. I tell you the truth though. When I did play one of the video games, I was merciless as fuck. I used to beat the shit out of them on Tekken. Yeah. Anybody, anybody, if I decide to like go ahead and get PlayStation Plus, y'all want to play Tekken, I'm just gonna give you a warning. I will destroy you. That's anybody. I say, LOL. You get to let her cry on your shoulder while she cried over his pole. Shit. Yeah, she cry real tears on your shoulder. But then she'll cry them induced tears when she do that gawk gawk 3000 with old boy. Man, I'm telling y'all. Man said Trail Bentley, she be looking for an emotional tampon. Man, so I be like Drake, no new friends, no new friends, no, no, no. Yeah, man, you gotta be careful with Drake too. I don't know if y'all seen that picture. Him doing the Vanessa Huxtable with his hair. I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Shoot, man, yeah. So, we have completed our first hour. We have completed our first hour here on BMBBH. Yep. Once again, this is Kev, and we got 36 in the building. Please press like, and you best believe I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Each and every one of you. The man said, Toya said that man just peaked light skin behavior. Yes, the fuck he did. And not to offend some of you team light skin guys out there, or just light skin. I usually mean to offend team light skin, but yeah, man. But I used to get tired of hearing it. It was one point in my life I used to get tired of hearing, "Oh, Kev, you're a good guy. You're one of the good guys." I used to hear that shit in school when I get in trouble. Like, Kev, I thought you were a good guy. And then I'd be like, no, bitch. I had to get tired of hearing that because already knew that it never meant anything good. It was never some credit for recognition for actually being a good person. And man, shout out to Elder Barge and Stony Jackson. Man, let me tell you something. When Stony Jackson and that white dude was on 227, I couldn't stand that white dude. I was like, look at this fucking dork right here. He was like one of those guys that couldn't help but be white, but he was trying to be a wigger. It was like this dude needs his fucking ass whooped. He was like one of those unfunny comedians that got a role on a television show. And Stony Jackson was always trying to dance. Like Stony Jackson, he was funny in what was that movie? CB4? Yeah, where he was playing Wacky D. It's like Wacky D is in the house. Wacky D is in the house. Yeah, I can't stand that shit. I can't stand that shit. She said, now I gotta Google Stony Jackson. Yeah, Stony Jackson had a massive Jerry curl. Massive. Yeah, I can't stand yo-yo dudes because they can code switch anytime they want. And then some of our people, especially these hood folks, the really niggerish hood folks, by the way, will accept them faster than they'll accept a black guy with a level head. It's on top of the fake shit that the white person was pulling off. Even like some of these white girls that used like what they call that white girl that be rapping that went viral. Can't stand that bitch. Those white comics used to always get roles on shows. Yeah, like the dude in a different world that was dating Kim. Oh man, I mean, not because he was dating a black girl, it's because of the mentality that he would carry in his back pocket. Said my boy in high school told me, just tell your female friends, kiss my ass playfully and stand by it, and they should start looking at you different. Yeah, I used to tell them they was dumb, but I used to tell them dumb in a real, like in a slick way. I said, well, you know what? You kind of lack in some areas of intelligence. And they just used to look at me like, you motherfucker, how dare you say that? Also, what used to work for me as well is, especially in the workplace, back in the day, was, I carried myself with some type of authority. They love strong men. And I just had like the look for it. His Jerry curl had mad whip appeal. Shout to the 80s. Man, let me tell you something. I got Tubi, and like Tubi got those cheesy black films on there, which they put some of the clips on Facebook sometime, and you can't help but laugh. But man, when you go back and watch some of those 80s films, you see some of the stuff they used to say. Man, that shit would get you canceled in 2023. I was like, wow, can't say that today. Hell, I was watching Teen Wolf the other day, and I guess it was him and his best friend, like Michael J. Fox and the guy that was playing his best friend. And Michael J. Fox was like, "I got to tell you something." And, the best friend turned around and was like, hey man, you ain't trying to tell me that you were a FAGGOT, are you?" I was like, "What?" I mean, just he said it so casually. Yeah. 80s movies were the best because I mean, we had thick skins back then. We did. We're 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 a little bit like, if we were like born like, I would say late Gen X, uh, late Gen X to early millennial. Like, yeah, we were a little bit tougher mentally because we were the generation that actually played outside. Mr. Me Too, what is up? I'm listening. What's going on? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Now, if I missed a name for some reason, I don't want you guys to, get mad or anything. I just go ahead and say my bad. Yeah, but I try to shout everybody out. Yeah, but you don't have to be exactly the nicest person in order to be a good person. You know, some people will misconstrue nice with good. Some good people that I know can be quite the assholes. Excuse me, excuse me. Carlton Way One, what's going on? Carlton Way One. I tell you what, I do get tired of people with good intentions in this space. They get attacked. I get tired of that shit. That right there, above all, wants to make me throw all that good guy shit away. If if we're black men, we should be showing some level of solidarity. Niggas want to beef too much. Like last night when I was saying, uh, it was it was Soul Provider Streams said something that I kind of thought about after the broadcast. He was like, niggas try to create their own enemies. And, he Soul Provider's cool. He's a cool guy. He interviewed me like I'll say about a couple years ago, maybe almost 3 years ago. If I can find that interview, I'll definitely put it in the community tab so you guys can check it out. Um, but when he said that, I could have took it one or two ways. I could have took it as him telling the truth, or I could have took it as some sort of hypocrisy. because if he was really directing that because I posted that comment by old boy Spiritual Logic, then he's a guy that hangs out in spaces, especially MOT, that constantly attacks other content creators. And my thought process with that is not so this is not no longer directed at Soul, but my thing is what the fuck for? Why is he doing this? Why can't you go off the merit of your own content? Why can't you just be a good guy like me and people be over here genuinely just to listen to me talk instead of listening to me attack people? Now, who in the chat doesn't agree with that? Mr. Me Too, thanks for the super chat. At Kev, they didn't charge me for the super chat last night, so we good. Hashtag support Black Men Media. Hashtag salute ruthless nice guys. Hashtag DLV. Hashtag BIW. Oh, okay, that's good. Yeah, I was actually kind of worried that they would charge you for it anyway, and I just did not want that to be the case. That even if I did not get the money that you were trying to give me last night, that that it will be lost somewhere in cyberspace. Which means that which mean that above all else you lost out. So didn't want that to be the case. Uh, I'm glad, thank God, you know. And you gave me that cash app last night anyway, which I was very thankful for. So hey, yeah. So yeah, but why the fuck are motherfuckers attacking people? See, the only reason why I even call out other names is because they attack other folks. I don't go out of my way just to attack somebody, just cause or just for no fucking reason. What if all of a sudden I was like I just came up here one day and was like, man, fuck Art New Stall. It wouldn't make any goddamn sense. What the fuck did Art New Stall do to me? Nothing. Oh, he said what up, you know. If I was offended by what up, Kev, big Kev, then there might be a reason, but that's not a reason that makes much sense. But I'm just trying to let y'all know the logic here. It's like it just doesn't. If I'm not bothering you, if if other content creators are not bothering me, but they're saying stuff that I disagree with, it's like I could tune out. I could watch other people. Don't know why that doesn't make sense to folks. But like the thing is like when you're saying stuff that's underhanded and unjust about whatever black men are doing up here as far as podcasts, then I have to take exception to it because I'm a black man. And I do that with the understanding that not everyone has the same mentality that I do. You know, so just 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 that. Should I open this panel? Should I open this panel? Everybody be like, come up and be like, man, what's the subject matter, man? I like the curse of the good guy in the communitah. Shoot, the good guy gets more. A good black man gets more spite and resentfulness from his own community than the bad white man. I showed you an example of this Saturday night. No, I don't think KS was a bad guy, but compared and especially compared to someone like Chad Wheeler, shit, KS is downright angelic. Shoot, but that was the theme of tonight was kind of to highlight that. You know, Chad Wheeler, who is an actual criminal and abuser, versus someone who just simply hurt feelings with the truth. KS is one of the saddest examples in my community of how a person who tried to help gets shitted on daily. I mean, daily. It's literally daily. But we forget about the George Zimmermans and the Bull Connors. Bull Connor was a racist mayor in Birmingham, Alabama during the civil rights era. They'll forget how Joe Biden told people that they weren't black. But a black man who simply gets up here on a podcast and tells the truth, oh man, that's the devil himself. I guess that's why. I guess. I guess that's why BGS gets attacked so much. you know, old black man. We as a community, we have no respect for our older men at all. And I'm not saying that just respect the motherfucker just to respect him. If he didn't earn it. Because BGS does get kind of flippant with people, and anybody in anything, you should be able to defend yourself from anyone with words, of course. But just hate the man just to hate him? No, I can't. I can't sign up with that. Man said get your booty to the pole video by Democrats. Yeah, that was a disgrace. That was a disgrace. But I guess with some folks that shit actually worked. Big Dog Productions, what's going on? I mean, I know your screen name is Big Dog Prod, but I've assumed that that doesn't mean that like a cattle prod. I'm sure that's short for productions. But yeah. But if I'm wrong, you can correct me. I won't curse you out. Yeah, and it's just Art and Stahl said they're off code. Exactly. They don't even believe in a code. I hate this shit when people say stuff like, "Oh well, well there's no community." he said, "Yes, Productions OG." yeah, uh, because I mean, although it may be true, it just seems like it's a way out. It's a way out of the conversation. And no, we got when you ever you hear somebody like this, you got to pull them back in. It's like, look, there's a mentality, just like Trail Bentley said earlier. We have to reprogram ourselves. We have to change the mentality because once we change the mentality to one that is more productive, then we can build around it. All that other stuff. No amount of virtue signaling is going to help this shit. Got to change the mentality, or else we're gonna be stuck. So let's see. All right. Yeah. So like I say, I hope y'all don't press like. Uh, I do honestly appreciate myself having a genuine audience. I'm not gonna hide behind you guys whenever somebody gives me smoke, right? Which I don't get. That's it. Salute, salute all the wise people in the chat. Well, I think we're going like I think we're pretty much going 15-0 with that. There's you know dummies don't really show up here, and that might be a good thing for them. Yeah, yeah. But anyway, look at my likes. Make sure y'all press and like on this broadcast. I mean, it's not like I can come get you or anything. Oh, 41 likes. Oh, that's a good amount. That's a real good amount. Thank you guys. You're helping my algorithm with that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do as hybrid catastrophic impact X83rd powers is saying. Hit that like button for the algorithm. Also, keep in mind what's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Um, Say like, of course. Share the video, especially if you're a content creator. Subscribe to the channel. Um, yeah, got my Cash App down there, and fair use on any material that I did not reproduce, like the image in the background, for entertainment purposes only. Yeah, and then warning: strong language is used here. I do kind of curse a little bit. Yeah, I heard on a video tell about somebody was saying that people who curse is more trusting, more trusting than others. I was like, okay, well they must trust the shit out of me then. Yeah, I've had some of the funniest shorts. Yeah, I need to get back to making shorts. It's just that, I just gotta get some ideas. I always like to have fresh ideas. I don't like to really just focus on the same things over and over and over again. I'm not somebody that I like telling people the same thing, but in different ways and using different fresh examples. I don't believe in the Adolf Hitler propaganda technique. Like some of these dudes do, because for me, that's beating your head up against insanity when you do that. Yeah. So yeah, let me show you this cool little image out of the Dragon Ball manga. Let me take myself down for a second. You know, yeah, that's a very violent image right there. Yeah, that's a very violent image. I'm with the violence sometimes. Same people that said the N word is positive for black people in America. I used to hate that logic, man. Oh, we took the word and made it our own. I mean, I was like, whatever, man. It's just that we've also took some other words and made our own too. Uh, but I don't like the whole taking insulting, denigrating words from whites and then putting it in our own lexicon. I'll tell you one word that they put in. Uh, the word uh, the word incel. People love calling folks incels. And I believe the word incel actually came out of the white manosphere. I mean, it's a term of endearment. No, it is not a term. It is not a term of endearment. I mean, we say term of endearment just to deal with our trauma of what we went through when people who didn't use it as a term of endearment threw it at us. You know, like it won't hurt so much, but then it's like, and I get mad about stuff like this. And, I don't want to hear white people saying that word. I don't want to hear white people asking me why you can say it and we can't. I get just like Daryl Roy Lindo at that time. Shoot, don't say that. Don't say that shit. I want. Hell no. Shoot. So anyway, that hybrid said, "Ouch, that looked like it hurt." Yeah, but let me tell y'all something. I'm glad to be able to make relevant content without having to talk about it, berate other content creators. Call them stupid because I don't agree with them, whatever they're saying. I mean, if it if I do a reaction video because it's like the shit that was said was so insanely stupid that I feel like it has to have a visit. Like like I've talked about the whole breakdown Princella thing, but I haven't done a reaction on that video yet, and I probably won't. Yeah, because if people, people who don't know that Princella is cuckoo should be punished by their own stupidity. They will also justify because they will say ass was in the Bible. Man, I used to do that shit when I was like 10. The word ass in the Bible? Shoot. And then my dad be like, come here, come here. I'm gonna beat your ass. Term of endearment like B dubs calling each other bad bitches crazy. Big Dog Production says, I had some Mexicans at work ask me that, and I asked them, did they know the history of that word? And if they did, then why would they want to say it? Yeah, like, in a disclaimer, I'm not going to use the following words uh, like to, as a way of insulting a group of people. But I bet you they would get mad if you call one of them a wetback or another offensive word to them, spick. Like, this, I bet you they'll get mad if you said that to them. So they shouldn't use the N word. The fuck out of here with that shit. There's plenty of terms that we could use toward other groups of people that they definitely would not like, and disclaimer, I don't agree with the use of those terms on this channel. I can't fathom what it would be like for the Princellas and Cynthia G's of the world. They're miserable fucking people. They truly are. Like, they're tortured by their own existence. That's why they come up to these platforms to vent and to project. And one could say that's what a lot of dudes that are up here in these spaces do as well, just to be fair, even though life is not fair. Jackie Chan said it twice in Rush Hour. Second time he said it slower. SMH. I think I remember that. I think I do. I ought to go back and watch Rush Hour. Yeah, those are pretty good films. I think they're working on a Rush Hour 4 actually, which the the movie I really wanted to see Chris Tucker in was an actual sequel to Friday. Yeah, like, but they 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 can't they can't make another Friday film because John Witherspoon is dead. Uh, Debo is dead. Uh, they can't go back and do it. And I do believe that there is tension between Ice Cube and Mike Epps at this point. And Chris Tucker, Chris, the reason why another Friday, the last Friday film, never got made, like it was supposed to be called Last Friday, is because Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker starred in a couple of white people films, and he thought he was the shit. And I mean, like, Rush Hour 1 and 3, 1 through 3, all classics. Yeah, definitely. I give Chris Tucker his props, but at least if you didn't want to play Smokey, I mean, you could have been somebody like that. You could have been somebody that like quit the weed. I mean, the movie Friday is what brought Chris Tucker to the dance. And then that shit that Ice Cube said at the beginning of next Friday, saying that like Smokey had to go to rehab for smoking weed. That shit didn't make any sense. But next Friday was funny as shit. Man, I went to next Friday. I was so fucking blazed. Man, what is up, roguish? Oh, look, I just got an email. I guess being a good guy wasn't enough. Says limited or no ads remain on your video. Who's worse to B Dubs and Simps? KS or Chad Wheeler? Come on, man. Wasn't that bad. I was just trying to make a point. Oh, just to enlighten you guys. If you have a YouTube channel that is monetized, you'll know what they mean by the yellow dollar sign and the green dollar sign. And whenever I get a yellow dollar sign, I always get YouTube to review it. And they will either rule in my favor and give me the green dollar sign again, which really isn't all that effective because it's not like I'm getting thousands upon thousands of views. Um, they'll give me the green, which is good. They'll give me the yellow, which means that I must have said some stuff that ain't exactly kid friendly. Or, the worst one, they'll give you the red dollar sign that's crossed out and said, you can't make no money off of this on ads. That usually comes about if you use copyrighted material. Just to give you a slight education on that. Friday after next, in my opinion, was better than next Friday. Oh, for real? No, well, Friday after next did have his funny parts, like with Ricky Smiley, like when he robbed Ice Cube and Uncle Elroy. Talking about some shit. He's talking about some man. He looked like a Mississippi pimp. Bitch, better have my sweet potato. Man, I was like, that's the funniest line of that film. No, wait a minute. I mean, then you had the introduction of Cat Williams in that film, and then Terry Crews. He, ooh, Tupac. Like even though that scene was sus, that shit was funny as fuck to me. Oh man, but yeah, I mean, yeah, Money Mike. Yeah, so hybrid. I was about to push back on that, but thinking about it, you might actually be right. Friday after next might actually be slightly better than next Friday. I just have a see with next Friday with me. I just have a cool memory with that. Said top flight security of the world, Craig. Top flight security of the world. Like Day took his job a little bit too seriously in that movie. Let's see. I just Brick Dog Prod said, I just read some comments that irritated me about men choosing not to self improve for a woman, but there were women obviously who spoke against it, but the dudes are who irritated me the most. It is like you come to expect it from females because it's like their misandry is so obvious these days that like a lot of it doesn't surprise me anymore. But these dudes, man, like just is painful to look at the statements made by manginas. It's just ugh. It's like God, just let me go ahead and say it, hybrid. They cut their nuts off to spite their manhood. Yeah, Cat Williams and Terry Crews bathroom scene killed it. LOL. Because I know a lot of people like just because of the comedy aspect. Because I even expected it. I expected Terry Crews to actually get Cat Williams, but man, when he put them down, like I was so happy when he didn't. I was like, yes, like because that was right there. Like that was one of the funniest scenes in the film. Because Terry Crews like, wake your bitch ass up, Lucky Charms. I was like, what? And then he grabbed him pliers and grabbed him by the nuts. He said, I'm a boy, Damon. I'm a boy. Man, I mean, shit. That's what that like that right there is like that. I think that scene right there solidified me being a Cat Williams fan. Yeah, but getting back to what Big Dog Prod said, man, dude, these manginas just they're painful. And these simps and these guys that try to portray themselves as these badasses, like when they really aren't, they softer than wet fucking tissue. Those are the guys that get on my fucking nerves, and then just simp for no fucking reason. Like, dude, like I be trying to tell these motherfuckers, the FBI is not coming. They're not coming. They may be watching for us saying crazy shit, but anybody that says anything crazy or off-putting, they deserve to go down. Like somebody say, man, I'm gonna go out here and kill these bitches. Man, you deserve to get investigated. Shoot, fuck out of here with that bullshit. Shoot, I don't support that. I don't co-sign with that kind of logic. Said these chimpanzees cut their nuts off to spite their manhood. Yeah, absolutely. He turned around and said that the way Terry Crews chased him down the road was hilarious. That man still had the damn pliers clamped on his nuts, like he couldn't take them off their damn self. Shit. Rogan said that hybrid catastrophic impact X-83 power. This is obviously something in response to what he said. He said that it's a sly way of saying my nigga, not a fan at all, too flippant. Mm, yeah. So anyway, I did put the link down there, but if I think an hour and I'll I'll try to get to 2 hours for you guys. I'll try to get to 2 hours. But anyway, yeah, for those of you who've been watching me this entire broadcast, thank you for sticking around. Really appreciate that. You're definitely helping my algorithm. Yeah, then let me go ahead and plug the smoke show. At first I couldn't decide that I couldn't decide on what the smoke show was, but I thought a good topic for this Sunday would be casualties of the gender war. Since gender war is such a popular topic, and there are many that feel as if the gender war is the fault of the brothers and it's the responsibility of the brothers to end it. I might have to give a little pushback on that. Definitely, because it's like there are so many brothers that aren't bothered with the shit, but yet and still it's it is a very potent thing, especially when it comes to social media. It does get cumbersome, but it's something that sooner or later we're gonna have to deal with in a sensible manner, or we or the alternative. And we'll get more into the alternative when that when that show comes up. It's not something I really do intend to just outright blame folks, but hey, it is what it is. And let me read this comment by Big Dog Prod.
Big dog.
Yeah, the short was about things that make you attractive to females, and all the comments said was, "I'm not self improving for a woman," and niggas jump. Why should
Hmm.
you? You self improve for yourself.
Is that the way it go?
I mean, I guess it's called self improvement. I mean, it literally says self improvement. If you try to improve for a female, it's not self improvement.
I mean, but it yeah. So what would you say it is? If one is initiated and motivated by such.
It is well, I guess it'd be called motivation. I mean, shit. Yeah. It's just if I'm gonna be able to splack more hams by improving myself, you call it motivation, but
Hmm.
you improve because you want to, not because
Yeah, that's how it's supposed to go. But I mean, it's I don't know. Maybe catching a little bit of inspiration if they ain't getting it from
you
outside
know.
sources or whatever.
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. I use a female as inspiration, and I still didn't get her, but I ended up better for it in the end. But this was back like 16, 17 years
Right.
ago.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I got swole. You know, lost the gut. You know what I'm saying? It was just
Yeah.
that. And no, I actually used the rejection to do it. Like, fuck all this. I'm gonna use this as fuel.
Yeah.
Hybrid says peace and love to Big Kev in the chat. Checking out. Got to work in the morning. Great show as usual. Hey, yeah, man. Thank you for coming by as always, bro. You know, but I know how it is, man. Got to get that rest because shoot, bills don't pay themselves.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, at least.
It's on the way.
For real.
Bro,
uh,
the way that this economy is, the way the trajectory of this economy. Oh shit, that universal income. If you watch the addendum to Zeitgeist and all that, I can already see all that happening, especially with the presence of AI moving into AGI potentially. So that everybody ain't gonna be able, they're not gonna be able to sustain these societies by keeping everybody working. That's not yeah. This consumerism is eventually it's going to dry up, and they're just going to have to maintain their societies for the sake of the people, not for the sake of of the private of the private sector, because eventually things are going to become so streamlined that people are not going to need access to whatever what I'm saying the private sector is offering. It's, they're going to erode themselves out of it. They're going to obsolete themselves with the streamlining of the society.
and then people are actually thinking they're doing a good thing. It is really cutting a lot of people out. To me, do you
Yeah.
think that? Do you think that it's going to be Hunger Games? I mean, we actually talked about this kind of thing before,
Mm-hmm.
and we talked about it as if that is actually going to be a good thing because it will spark the creativity and the
Yeah.
drive in people
Right.
even further instead of having to be codependent on a society that's like holding them by the throat anyway.
Right.
They're putting their foot on your neck. You know, a lot of that shit will come to an end. But let me see. Hybrid catastrophic impact. 83rd Power said it's funny that they call it a gender war when brothers are trying to live a life of peace by staying away from toxicity.
Well put. Well put. But
Yeah,
that was always the issue though, us having peace, because when we have peace, we have room to grow, room to develop, room to construct, organize. That's one thing nobody wants. Nobody wants to organize a black male group at all. Only particular black men. That isn't even a general thing amongst black men, which is weird.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Because you will often hear that mentality attacked, and just like I said, every time you get a few guys up here and we're talking peacefully and talking like we actually treat each other like we're humans,
Right.
it's called a circle jerk. All they,
Nah. Not
all
at
they
all.
do is circle jerk each other. Ugh, you know, they should be trying to say they put this requirement on us. They put this standard on us, like even though we act like shit and we tear everything down, you guys are supposed to be trying to build it back up and save this community.
Motherfuckers don't
And
even know what they won't build. Hollering out, y'all don't build nothing. That general, I hate them generalized accusations.
y'all don't build anything. We
Y'all
already
don't
built.
build nothing. No, no. What you motherfuckers want us to build? Hold up. Put the list out there first and foremost. Don't just use building as as for a general point. No, let's get specific. We don't build what?
What's going on, Saint Nick 69 and Southpaw 2K1? What is up? Thanks for stopping through.
What it do?
Uh, yeah, but black men have already built. Like somebody on the breakdown said, we need schools and hospitals and grocery stores. I said, okay. So I answered it like this. I said, we've already built HBCUs that are
Right.
still operational and functional today. I gave and I'm gonna give this example right now. Alabama State University.
Mm-hmm.
When people have the chance, Google the Marion Nine.
Okay.
Yeah, a group of black men that actually built their school. And like I said, we. But the thing is, we got feminism and the application of feminism to say that that we should not be attending HBCUs because it get like we read that on the black male privilege checklist.
Mm,
Saying
mm.
that what it does, it makes way for black men to exploit black women if they
Yeah,
attend HBCUs.
yeah. So basically, we shouldn't be around them then. Basically, so you know what I'm saying? As according to Jewel, basically we're just the toxic. You know what I'm saying? We're just toxic. So avoid us. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Then they was talking about grocery stores. I say every time we open up a business, nobody supports the motherfuckers. You make one goddamn mistake and then it's black businesses. Black businesses suck.
right.
I mean, shit. There
And
have been
and
plenty
and
of black businesses. Go ahead.
and the fact that that's not reflective on self hate. You know what I'm saying? It's like nobody else gets the scrutiny that a black business get from black people. And as black people, we know this. But then you point it out, and crickets.
Crickets, yeah, yeah. Then like hospitals. I said there's plenty of black doctors with offices. Plenty.
Mm.
They got their own offices. They may not be necessarily the owners of the hospitals, but they're on the board of trustees and they do work in those hospitals.
Yeah, and they know their craft. So, but the thing is, black people don't. The thing is, and this is one thing that we don't like saying.
Yeah.
We got just as much anti-blackness in us as the Pilgrims, though. Just as much, maybe
Yeah.
more.
Yeah. Cause like some of us always try to be the worst of everything.
Yeah.
If somebody says black women don't wear bonnets in public, they're gonna double and triple down. Like I've seen some Super Saiyan 3 bonnets out there, and it's just like the most ridiculous fucking thing I've seen. Like
Yeah.
then what else did she say? She said hospitals, doctors, grocery stores, and HBCUs. And Mr. Me Too know exactly what I'm talking about. He was saying that she was trolling. Yeah, which is usually the excuse that they use. They're just trolling. They know black men built some shit, but a lot of these women when they say shut up and build, they mean build me a house.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Y'all wanted
Build,
to be a
build. That bitch mean build me some convenience. That's what
yeah,
it mean. Build me,
yeah.
build me some further convenience. That way I can access the system more conveniently and partake of it more material. So I can be a better what's what you say super consumer.
Yeah, Saint Nick's. What you're saying is that yeah, they like believe it or not, their population is way more rampant than the male population. Yet they project it on us like it's us, just because just just because we disagree with them. They weaponize lifestyles just to insult us with, and it's crazy shit. But I just kind of learned to pass it by and just treat it as the usual nonsense.
Well,
You
you
know,
got to because this is the ill part. Um, because that dynamic is so prevalent out here in Dallas. Is disgusting, for real. You see it all the time, and I be thinking to myself, bitch, you know damn well if you was with a dude, you see the dime dyke phenomenon. I say it all the time. You know what I'm saying? The dime with the dyke phenomenon, right? And you know that if she was with a dude, she wouldn't let him be bummy. But these dimes and they be bummy and ugly, and it's like, all right, bitch. So all you got to do is put on some false, the same masculine energy that a pecker would, and that makes you enough. The same black male masculine energy that a pecker would, and that makes you enough for a dime ass black chick. Really, really. It's
man,
weird, cuz it's weird.
yeah,
I'm starting to like denote dimes. You know what I mean?
uh, that shit's becoming subjective,
Mm. I mean, you
extremely.
can't tell you almost can't tell the difference between what I'm saying, one that's like genuine, and one that just put herself together, social media style.
Man, man, let me do something a little humorous here, man. Man, you saw that meme I put in the community.
I don't get nobody's community tabs no more. I don't get
Oh,
nobody's notification for community tabs.
well,
I used to get them. I used to get them. I don't get them no more. It's weird.
And let me show you this meme real quick since y'all watch it. Shout out to Sun is Hot Raw. What's going on? Thanks for coming through. But
Oh, I got to understand it with the formula with that. Hey, yo, St. Nick's, check it out, cuz. So if it's with a lesbian couple, if it's a black chick with another black chick, the darker one is going to be like the male in a relationship, right? Now, if it's a black chick with a different color chick, if the different color chick got a baby, then the black chick gonna be the aggressor or whatever, and the different color chick gonna be, I guess, the my ex-wife used to call them lipstick lesbians.
lipstick, lipstick.
Lipstick lesbians, right? So they used to
Man.
holler at her. They used to holler at her, and yeah, and if it's a black chick with a child with another black chick, and the other black chick's gonna be light skinned. It's weird. It's a weird dynamic how they do it out here. These bitches be out here looking like Boosie and Lloyd and and Wu Tang
That man
playing
said
rejects,
Lloyd.
huh?
That man said Lloyd.
It's like they practice, cuz. I mean, they come in looking just like them motherfuckers. So I'm like, all right, I guess this is just the dynamic of masculinity that they, know that they can apply to themselves and I guess somewhat of a framework or something. It's odd, but it makes you think of how much of to reject yourself to such a degree and believe that you found yourself in all of this facsimile. There's no going back from that, man. And if that's become the culture, then I'm likening it to just like the movie. I forget with the old town killer hoes in it. What was the name of that? With Bruce Willis was the protagonist. I guess in one of them. I forget the name of Sin City.
Oh yeah. Sin City. The first one
Yeah,
was great. The second one does not look interesting.
I didn't know it was the second one.
Yeah,
That's
that was a
interesting.
second. That was the second one. Yeah. Hey man, take a look at the screen real quick.
You stupid! I just saw it. You fucking.
I saw this on Facebook. I was like, hell no. Let me go ahead.
God damn.
Look at how it ended.
Oh hell no, cuz. Oh hell no.
Oh,
That is
oh.
gross. That
It
is
is
gross.
gross.
At least she got a real eyelashes in this one.
You know how Art imitate, like, she married to one of them scrawny dudes for real.
Who wasn't gonna be scrawny compared to that bitch, man? Come on now.
that,
Nigga,
that bitch got cankles. Goddamn, just
that bitch got pillars.
what?
That bitch got fleshy, chunky pillars.
Man, boy, I tell you the truth, man. I said when it's funny, it's got to be put up.
I mean, but see that. But you know what? Okay, they're right there. So precious, right? Do y'all remember? I don't know if it was. I think it was Elle magazine or Vanity Fair, and she was on there, and it was some other chicks on there. You could tell she was on there just for disposition, right? The biggest thing on the whole damn face of the magazine, and with what I'm saying, regular thin size non-black chicks around her. But the fact that this is cool with black women, like you see her head, you know what I'm saying? Cause I was, you know what I'm saying, on the ride home, I'm looking like, yo, what the fuck, black girl pull up eating fucking fries on the side of the motherfucking car. I had the Uber dude crying because I'm like, man, what's up with these bitches and these big ass heads? I used to wonder when I was little in church why the women had big ass heads. Why their head was so big. And then you realize as you get older, oh, okay, this is just the what happens to people, period. But you can see that black women were already on that theme of consumption like that, up until the point to where okay, maybe I'm like third grade or something like that, and I'm looking at these big head, big ass women, big women in church. So obviously they were eating somewhat similarly to how the women of our generation and the generation right before that, you know what I'm saying, is consuming. And I'm not just talking about eating, but I'm talking about how they're engaging consumption period within, you know what I'm saying, the society. Obviously they were able to eat a whole lot more than they needed to because they all is getting that big ass head and that ball of belly, just like with these nurses. That's why these nurses be so damn big, man. You ever think about that? Why the fuck is a nurse that motherfucking big? And they had them big ass motherfucking heads.
Man.
Lizzo, another big head bitch.
Oh
That
man.
bitch head big than a motherfucker. You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
man, some of these women I think just meant to be big, bro. They
Now
just
look, no,
they're
I ain't
just
got no
in the
problem
plan.
with big, but when we but it's different when it's a okay. If she at scale, okay, you know it is what it is. A big chick is a big chick. A big chick can still be curvy as if she was, you know what I'm saying, somewhat sleek. You know what I'm saying? But you know it's just proportion. But I'm talking with the pattern that you see. Just like you see the pattern with the eyebrow, the eyelashes. Just like you see the pattern with that crazy ass hair. I don't know what the fuck you call that shit, right? Just like you see the pattern with the attitude. Okay, cool. The pattern with them big ass flappy fucking arms and the pattern with that big ass head.
Man, I'm gonna go out here tomorrow. I'm gonna probably make a trip to Walmart or something because I know I'm gonna need some. And then I'm gonna start seeing this shit. I'm just gonna be like, damn, Rogish, come on, man.
Oh, you
And
definitely gonna see it in Walmart.
yeah, yeah, you can't unsee that shit, man.
Yeah, yeah. That back into look. I was at the gig one time, and there was a motherfucker who worked there was about 6'3", you know what I'm saying, and every bit of a princess, and wanted us to call him princess names and all this shit. So he tried to float around that bitch like a fairy, whatever, you know. And one time he was, you know what I'm saying, taking an order out to a table, and I think it was a birthday, right? But it was some cat. I think it might have been from New Orleans. I don't know. Y'all niggas from the NO coming that bitch looking draw. All right. But you could tell based off a certain kind of style, right? So she had on a big ass. She was a big chick. Had on a blue dress and had blonde hair. You know what I'm saying? Down. You know what I'm saying, to the middle of her back. Now she's big than the motherfucker. The dress is blue than the motherfucker. It looked like it's prom blue. You remember Bunny Ruckus? Like the scene with her wearing the blue eye contacts and that fucking blonde hair and shit. She looked just like Bunny Ruckus. So I started to take a picture, but I didn't. But I'm looking at this big old black chick with a big ass blonde wig on her head, thinking that she the prettiest thing in the world, being served by a big old black dude who's prancing around that motherfucker like he want to be a girl. And I'm looking at the craziness and all this, and I'm thinking to myself, this is this is what has to become normal. This is what I gotta accept as normal.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's shaming if you don't.
Fuck shaming or whatever. It look, the fact that culturally, if I were to call it off, people gonna look, oh, you're a phobic this and all that shit. It's like, nah, look, it is shit is just crazy. And you need to be able to call crazy shit crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck politics and all that shit.
Yeah, 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 yeah. This respectability politics bullshit. Uh, yeah. You're right. You are absolutely 100% correct. And
Mm.
you know what'll fix a lot of that shit? Standards,
Oh, please believe.
standards,
Please believe.
standards. It's a bad thing, and it's a thing that you would say that I was a habitual line stepper if I were to not only have standards but enforce those standards to where others will fall in step with those standards. But that's why it's going to take a collective effort in order to reinstitute this shit because we always falling for the okey doke and we always letting shit like that slide. Now, yeah, because I remember at one point, man, like back in my younger days when I was, flipping burgers at Mickey D's. Like, we used to call them bitches out. They used to come in there. Like seriously, we didn't get fired or anything.
Yeah.
Like, I remember one dude, man. He told some girl, man. He said, man, you ought to be ashamed of yourself coming out of the house with your head looking like that.
Mm.
Like
Mm-hmm.
today, you'll
Get
get
her.
fired. Today, you'll get fired. They'll write a letter to corporate. They'll call your boss. You say that I was offended, and
Yeah.
you need to get your, you need to this. What you shouldn't have this representing your company if they're just gonna shame me like that. Yeah, that fired a dude. That dude did not get fired. Man, we used to say all kinds of shit to them customers back then.
I mean, but but the thing, but this is the ill part. Like you said, it was standards, right? Well, once people have been eroded of their standards, which I call the loss of the peopleness of people, you can't get that back. That erosion is not supposed to occur because you only acquire it through through an accumulation of experience, however that looks for the society of man. When in the context of a we-ness, when we reach that point, we've reached that point. But once it's gone, it's gone. You can't. You got to re-reach it. Look at where people are now, cuz. Look. You, it's done, bro. Because look, if you look at the trajectory of it, the only thing you're doing is putting your finger in the dike, man. You know what I'm saying? This shit is. I mean, really, if you think about it, look at the deterioration. People, we're basically trying to see what we can hold on to a semblance of practicality. Practical is becoming neutralized. Practicality is becoming neutralized. I mean, I think it was neutralized when the first time I think when I first time going to college and started seeing how motherfuckers was sagging like way too motherfucking low. Like nigga, your belt is right above your fucking knee, you stupid motherfucker.
Man,
What the
I
fuck are y'all doing? You know, remember when niggas wearing, the Laffy Taffy doing them days, you know what I'm saying? When motherfuckers wearing them long ass fucking t-shirts that look like little girls' nightgowns and shit.
yeah, man. Let me tell you something. When I was a manager, man, there used to be guys that would come in and work and would fight me about wearing a fucking belt. Like,
Man.
yeah, this was back. This was back a while back, like 15, 20 years ago. Like, yeah, and I'm sitting up there like, bruh, like, why are you fighting me because I say wear a fucking belt to work? I don't want to see your fucking drawers. I don't. Now you got now you got guys that wear jeans that are so skinny they
Yeah.
can't even pull them all the way up.
Pull
What
up
what
and they're hardcore gangsters.
hardcore?
With a purse, with a man purse over the side and a gun in the front like a bitch.
Yeah,
All you little niggas out there in Chicago, y'all some bitch made motherfuckers out there. Dressing all them tight ass clothes with a fucking purse in front of you. And pull that shit out like a bitch on motherfucking Saturday night with a little cute pearl something.
man. You know what else I used to? You know what else I used to hate? I used to hate seeing dudes walk down the street and they constantly just try to keep their pants up, pulling their pants up.
Oh God, every fucking 12 steps.
I'm like,
They got to
bro,
tug at your motherfucking waist. Nigga, and with a belt on, cuz.
a belt. I'm like,
With a
dude.
fucking belt on. You fucking idiot. At that, look, that was when my bougie, that's, my bouginess started. That's when I realized, oh, okay. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't trust them new, because them new niggas, cuz I don't know. I'm a whole nigga over here, but them some new kind of niggas, dog. That's new shit, bro. I don't know, man. It was,
Some brand new shit, and we seem to be de-evolving even further, devolving
yeah,
rather.
yeah.
Frank Green 3. I see you down there. What's going on? He said in the '90s, big girls had to be at least cute with it. Folks still had a little shame. Yeah, you got these guys around here talking about SB and everything. We need to bring shame back seriously. I
You
mean,
can't bring shame. Hold up, you can't bring shame back during the era of the diesel. Now, come on, now, shit. What the fuck? No, shame don't count, cuz these all look. These chicks is choosing to put that pussy on the chain wax, man. you don't.
I mean, they can
You
put the
don't.
pussy on a. I mean, they can put the pussy on the chain wax, but at least look halfway decent with that shit. Like, you know,
No, because look at
at least get on a fucking treadmill or something.
decency is considered toxic. Decency is considered judging. Decency is considered one of those normative, old school normative thing. You know they put something before normative, and that's an anti whatever. Decency is that. Look, the whole slut shaming shit. Once you got a slut shaming, anti slut shaming phenomenon, you're done with decency because you got to understand something. Um, it, all women are potential freaks, depending on you know what I'm saying the situation. A potential freak can definitely become you know what I'm saying be a potential hoe, right? Now, depending on social situations, depending on familial situations and everything, um, is whether they crack that open or not. But with this nation, particularly this nation, to where you know they didn't put that on the hyperdrive. It's done, bro. Y'all gotta accept it. You're gonna have a
It's
larger
over with.
percentage of hoes than you will respectable women, and respectable women can't do it on their own. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And
that's for damn sure. And I suppose you're right, man. I suppose you're right. I guess maybe I'll just reaching for that last glimmer of hope.
bro, you got a daughter. I can understand that. I can
Yeah,
totally understand that. But this
yeah,
is the ill. But this is see this is the part where this is the reason why I don't want to have children. I mean, every man want a legacy. I understand that, but I don't want to bring my child into the world at this stage where the world is. It's ill, cuz it's sick. I can't even understand the shit. So how the fuck I'm explaining shit
yeah.
to a seed, cuz you know what I'm saying? Personally, I think that'd be mean. So, and if I did have a child, I would have to probably shatter their innocence with the game I'm gonna give them, and I don't want to do that. I would want them to, you
Man,
know what
let
I'm
me tell you
saying?
something. I'm stuck with making those sort of decisions every fucking day, man. When it comes to my
Yeah,
kid, like how early do I want to introduce her to some of this stuff? So when she does get to an age where she's old enough to strike out on her own, where's her decision making gonna be at?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
and it's just like the only thing I can hope is that she continue like that she does the right things and will continue to do the right things because everything right now is pointing her in the direction to
Mm,
becoming a questionable character. I would just say that.
yeah,
It's just you know put it on like when she gets old enough, put it on the chain wax. Is going to
yeah.
be far more acceptable than to be a decent person. And that's the
Man,
and that's my fear.
yeah.
If it were a boy, then it would be challenges like with that shit too, because they trying to like soften. They either trying to make these boys a little bit too toxic and gangster, or they
Mm.
trying to make them too soft, making them one of them alphabet boys.
Yeah,
It's okay to
yeah.
be alphabet, no, it's not.
No, no, no. And I'm gonna go on record and say I am homophobic, fear wise,
Yeah,
not attack wise.
good attack
I am
wise, like
scared of these motherfuckers. I am terrified of these motherfuckers because the influence that they're handed. They are handed motherfucking influence.
yeah,
They don't build and develop fucking influence. They're handed it. What the fuck? Okay, and if that's the case, okay, this is Rome. Okay, Rome the second or whatever. All right, well, that's how y'all rock it. Cool. But then that mean you know what I'm saying I have to become a pocketed culture unto myself and you know what I'm saying or like minded folks or whatever. Because I'm sorry, is you know I'm making a cultural based decision, not based off of being a citizen. Oh, what's considered politically correct, whatever. No, it, sorry, can't do it.
Please,
Motherfuckers is wrong.
please, please
You
try
know,
to be understanding of
sorry.
others.
Y'all
You know,
scary. I'm sorry. I'm boo. Every time I see one of you motherfuckers, I hear boo. Every time I hear one of y'all political agendas, what you want to do with children, what you want to do with education, what you want to do with
that's
social
one of the most,
presentation,
and that's one of the
I'm
egregious
scared.
things,
It's
man.
scary.
And that's one of the most egregious things, trying to force that shit on children, man. What the fuck
Yeah,
you need
man.
kids for?
Yeah, dog. Yeah, that's scary, dog. That shit is scary.
Yeah.
And I don't know how people ain't scared in 2023. If we see where these motherfuckers came from and where they at now, and look where we at now, we still ain't got a mother. Asians didn't even got a motherfucking hate bill.
I mean, yeah, that's the one thing about when Biden first got in office. Like, they keep pushing this shit like, oh, we can't do nothing for black folks. It's not something that's gonna happen overnight.
Mm.
That shit did.
Yeah.
That straight up, like, that was one of the first things he did when he got in office. Stop Asian
Look, every time
hate.
the motherfuckers popped up with one of their advancements, it was a shock because it's like, wait a minute, I didn't know it was up for discussion.
The fuck?
I don't like, but hold up, like what happened with Freddie Gray? It's like, yo, you know what I'm saying, doing Freddie Gray and everything, and then the next, 2 days later, oh yeah, we just passed nationwide gay marriage. Wait a minute, I ain't against it or nothing, but it's like, I didn't even know you motherfuckers were talking about it. Yo, I ain't anti
Man.
y'all or nothing, but it's like, wait a minute, how can you motherfuckers keep popping up with all these advancements? You know what I'm saying? Under the
Yeah,
radar. Who the fuck is working for y'all? And how the fuck y'all get them to work for you?
man, then like black folks can't get shit. Like
Nothing, nigga. We can't
uh,
even get no bullshit agendas. You know what
like
I'm saying?
we vote for the very people that tell us we can't do shit for you.
Bruh.
And then they get mad at me because I think it's stupid that we vote that way.
Mm.
Like, you get mad at me all you want. You kiss my ass. Like, you the one that's stupid that letting this shit keep sliding. Like everybody,
I'm
and I can
afraid.
tell. Like
I'm
like
very afraid.
even like they talking about the most progressive transgender bill that allows boys transitioning into girls to play girl sports. How the fuck is that progressive?
Well, look, it's okay in Pilgrim World in Pleasantville. I'm not expecting these motherfuckers to get any measure of. Okay, put it like this: if they were civilized twice in their own history, why is it that we wouldn't think that uh, fall, we'll say fall, or reversion back into barbarism wouldn't occur? I mean, if it took two times and it didn't hold the two times, I don't know how long they stayed civilized. You know what I'm saying? What was considered civilized during the time of the first phase. Yeah, then you got the second phase. All right. Well, I guess we were in the second phase. When are we going to declare that perhaps maybe the second phase is worn off? And there's time, and it's a third phase. You know what I'm saying? Or kind of how the equatorial spin is upon the world every 25,000 years. You know what I'm saying? The axis tilt within the equatorial spin. It just is what it is. All right. Well, perhaps maybe the reestablishment of their civility is a phenomenon that what I'm saying that the originals of the world are supposed to take up what every 600 years, 800 years. Hey, you gotta civilize these motherfuckers roughly. They're not gonna do what's practical. They're not gonna they're not gonna do what's natural. They're not gonna do what's cosmic. They're not gonna do what's earthwise.
Not at all.
Nah, they can't. Or they can't for as long as the world needs them to. So perhaps maybe they just need to resharpen that saw. In the words of Franklin Covey. But it's but it got to be done. It got to be done by a dark hand. Ain't that many dark hands that want to roll like that no more. Come on, y'all. Let's civilize some pilgrims. I mean, come on now. You know what I'm saying? The boat brawled and showed y'all. All right, you know what? Maybe that's what they need. You know what I'm saying? You know, it made everybody feel good to see it occurring. So, how about we make that code specifically in that regard?
Man, I don't know. This motherfucker. I'm looking at my feed, fresh and fit demonetized. Who's next in the manosphere? Hey, what the
Yeah.
fuck? Why does this always circle back to us?
Yeah. I mean, but ain't but nobody's saying nothing like them though. As far as like as far as being that egregious, I
No,
just
no,
think it's
no.
a lot of stuff added up. So it is what it is,
It is what it is, man.
and
I
it's all
mean,
Myron's fault because the other one he ain't say shit.
yeah, the other one was too much of a dweeb, but
Yeah, a straight up
yeah.
fucking dork.
I mean, but see, the thing is though, the one I said, the only ones that got carte blanche to be happy about that shit is Abba and Preach. I
Right.
totally understand Abba and Preach celebrating that shit. I do. Because he went after that man wife, and then the thing that I get so fucking sick of is people got to go at your family when their feelings are hurt, and it's
Mm.
just like that shit ain't right, and they should have went to like they should have went ahead and met Abby and Preach's challenge. Somebody I
I
set up
mean,
a fight,
what
and they never set up the fight.
I'm about to say, yeah, it was the fight, right? So well, no, it was just one of them wanted to fight Preach, right? One of them wanted to fight Preach. Why is he called Preach? Is he a preacher?
Man, shit, I don't fucking know.
All right, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
I guess because he black and he speaks with such passion or some shit like that. I don't know. Maybe he used to talk to his groups of friends like all the time about shit that they should be doing, and motherfuckers be like, "Preach," you know how that is. But
I mean, the nigga got the tone of a choir director, so maybe that's why they call him Preach and shit. You know what I'm saying? He definitely do, cause you know how choir directors got that got that airy ass voice, but then the sound moist and shit.
yeah,
Oh shit. Total praise sounding ass nigga.
but like I even though Fresh and Fit did maybe bring this on themselves, um, I'm not a fan when freedom of speech is compromised. I do believe if you are a stupid motherfucker, you should be destroyed the right way.
Okay. I mean, the whole freedom of speech thing, is that what they're trying to stress as far as why they shouldn't be?
I don't know
I don't listen to them.
when they did the little coon shit, man. When they
Yeah, I
did that,
remember that.
that is not something that I'm just gonna run to and just agree with, just like making monkey noises, and then like I said, going after people's wives and shit. Like some folks have gone saying some little snide remarks about my wife.
Yeah.
They find out I'm married, and then like the thing is, I insult you if you insult me. It seems as if you're trying to use my family as a shield because you
Mm-hmm.
can't handle me. And that has happened far too often from hurt ass niggas. And it's just, and it gets to a point where it's just like this. I wish I knew where the motherfucker stayed. Because if you're supposed to defend anybody, it's supposed to be your other,
Oh
your
yeah.
wife.
A
Shit, man.
compliment.
Yeah, yeah. I'm supposed to be. If it's one person I'm supposed to be protecting, it's her.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and then niggas get too out the way and flippant about it because their feelings are hurt. And this is like when, like, I think ABBA and Preach did a reaction video to Fresh and Fit, and Fresh and Fit got so triggered about it, they started attacking Preach's wife.
Oh.
Yeah, Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
This is how it all started between Ab and Preach.
Right. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
And then here come Myron talking about, so we are the manosphere. We are the manosphere. Don't fuck with us, you know. We coming to get you. Like he started saying all that shit.
I mean,
So
but see, that I don't know, man. But see,
and,
that's when that I don't know. I'm too old school for that, man. And I'm serious, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I am the nut that you hear. You know what I'm saying? There's a method to the madness. But when some act right come up, I ain't finna hesitate. I ain't really got much holding me down. So real talk, man. If you want it, I got it for you. But I don't want it, and you ain't gonna want it when I bring it to you.
yeah,
And
yeah. That man,
I ain't
that man
playing.
Rogish,
Ain't no tough talk.
Rogish said, "I am the one who knocks."
Oh, please believe, cuz. Hello. How we doing? You know what I'm saying? Cause you want, if I mean, cause you must want it if you want to try to, you know what I'm saying, fuck with somebody's family with that. I don't know, man. I'm not, all that citizenship fall out the window, y'all. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
and then
Police and all this. No, we taking it to Quest of Fire.
they
Bring your
de-
club, motherfucker.
they demonetize all of their channels.
How many do they have?
Like I think your Fresh Prince CEO, which that's a goofy ass name.
Mm.
His channel got demonetized. Myron's Fetted channel got demonetized. Fresh and Fit clips, I think, got demonetized. Like every channel that the the main Fresh and Fit and all the channels they were affiliated with, all of that shit got demonetized because once your voice and your appearance is in the algorithm, they come after you always.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly got them demonetized, I don't know. Like, maybe it's because they were so flippant on every broadcast.
Yeah.
They just brought on, Insta thoughts just to shit on them and throw them off the broadcast. Sooner or later, people are going to take that shit extremely personal. Um, yeah, but the anti-black stuff, that's why I guess that's why they're getting the flack that they got because they did all the anti-black shit and they did that shit on Rumble. Myron did that on Rumble. He didn't do that on YouTube. He did that on Sneako shit.
Oh,
Making a
okay. I thought
monkey
that was
noise,
YouTube. So that was sort of
making the monkey noises,
yeah.
using the N word with the hard R, wearing
So
the
it's cool.
clan.
So it's cool on Rumble then for them. You know what I'm saying, to be
Man, let me tell you
a
something, man.
racist
I
nut,
wouldn't, I
and
wouldn't
Twitch as
depend.
well, I guess.
I wouldn't depend on Rumble for that shit for too much longer. It's
Mm-hmm.
like once the right sponsors come in to Rumble, they're gonna probably be as bad as YouTube with that shit.
Right.
So it's like people run into Rumble, like it's just like an uncensored. The censorship is way less. No, that shit. I guarantee you, when Rumble becomes even bigger and they get the right sponsors, they're gonna enact the same community standards that YouTube is enacting.
Right.
Yeah, and I think they do have some. I think Rumble does have some type of relationship with YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, all that shit is coming. But even if Rumble were to lessen the censorship, if somebody fucked up starts saying stuff that gets some people fucked up or cause some type of public public crisis, the FBI will shit on them too, just like they did with FS Avenger.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, because when your boy Frank James went in and shot up that place, and they found out he had a YouTube channel and a channel on FS Avenger,
Right.
man, the FBI raided those damn servers. Brian Solange fully cooperated with them too. So the day of reckoning is just like it,
Okay,
it,
but
it,
wait a minute. But see, this is the ill part. Is you got all these. Okay, so look, it's not like you're not creating a situation in society to where you're going to have uh, folks who take umbrage with how, you know what I'm saying, the system's flowing, because no society is supposed to operate like this one. if people are operating along with it, then that's actually just luck for the society. That's luck for those who desire the order in order to maintain their ruling elite status. You know what I mean? This is all just an agreement, just like that fucking fiat. You know what I'm saying? This is as much as a thin agreement as that. But you get into the rawness of the humanity. Just like with the fiat, you get into the rawness of the material that you need for, you know what I'm saying, not just lifestyle, but, you know what I'm saying, living, livelihood, right? It doesn't matter what's attached to it. It doesn't matter what anyone attaches to it of a degree. Ultimately, it doesn't because it really doesn't mean anything. It's the people in the whole matter that means more than anything. It means more than the fiat, means more than the feds, whatever the fuck. So, you know what I'm saying? If people are participating, that's participation. They're making a selection to go along with it. It's an agreement.
Yeah,
Eventually, it's going to fall, though.
yeah. Frank Green the third says it wasn't because of the anti-black stuff. YouTube never does that. They said the wrong thing about them people. They don't allow that. Now,
Uh-huh.
who is them people? Are you talking about the small hats? Uh,
Uh-huh.
oh yeah, yeah, them folks. Yeah, once you what because once you say something about them, then they take you out completely, and there so far there's no contingency plan to get around them.
Can you imagine having that level of fear? To can you imagine that having that level of fear to where if someone mentions you, oh nope, get them, because they're going to say something bad, and it makes me ask the question. All right, y'all need to take a look in the mirror then. You know what I'm saying? Perhaps all these shit that come up about you motherfuckers is just, you know what I'm saying, some mirrors. Because it's like, wait a
It's
minute,
like, wait a minute,
you should have that
you
level
should
of
have that
fear.
level.
Yeah,
Nah,
you
why
back?
we got fear though, man? Know what I mean, yo, how come a lot of brothers is still fearful of conquering of what they want? You know what I'm saying? So that's a good point. I missed the gist of the conversation though. You heard?
Yeah, what up? What
What's
up?
up?
What up, Mister Kills?
Peace.
Yeah,
Oh man, hey yo, glad you know my other name, man. You know what I mean?
yeah,
How's everybody? Salute to the platform. Salute to everybody in the chat. You know what I'm saying? I, yo, man, I be listening to y'all brothers in the clouds, man, and certain conversations I don't engaged in. You know what I mean? Because that's you know what I mean, die in my field. But shouts out to Art New Style, you know what I mean? That's my brother from another mother, man. I was on this platform since day one, A1. Know what I mean? Art know a
Bam.
lot of things about me. Salute to
word,
that brother.
word. Art's a cool brother. But
Cool,
hey,
brother.
mute
But
up in
hey,
the
meet
back
up in the
because I
back
can
because
I can hear myself.
You need some headphones. Kills, what's up, bro?
Nah,
Where
man,
your
I'm
headphones
slipping
at,
right
man?
now.
headphones up, man.
Nah, man, I'm slipping.
Okay. Yeah, man, but we just talking about some general stuff. The initial conversation was my initial monologue was about the curse of the good guy in the communitah. And, I was just trying to take it from several different angles of how being called a good guy in today's in the current climate and really for a while in the black community was seemed like as if it was such a detriment to you socially and
It's the same thing as being called too nice, fam.
yeah.
It's that
It's
same
that same
ethos.
ethos.
Okay.
Um,
Like, like
because
what
I
the fuck is
that was
being too nice?
I mean,
I
well,
mean,
the
well,
thing is,
Yeah.
the thing is,
they don't know how
they
to.
don't know how
Hey,
to.
kills mute
Hey,
up.
kills mute up.
Get
Like
some
mute.
headphones, cuz. Goddamn. Um, the thing is, they don't know how to deal with providing grace. Basically, that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not being nice. That's just what they call it. Fuck all that nice shit. I'm being good. You know what I'm saying? But good has been, I guess, denoted as just some regular cat. Oh, too good, nice guy, good guy. Wait a minute. Well, good is supposed to mean something. You know what I'm saying? Good is done for the sake of goodness. You know what I'm saying? Just that. All right. You know, those who know more, you know, you got to do more. let's say you're the one who has the experience to help a general situation that needs a solution. All right, man. You know what I'm saying? I've always been that kind of motherfucker. Day one, right? And I've always gotten called, oh, you a good man. You a good. And I put a video up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all check my channel up. It was real talk. I put a video up with it because I got it so much. You a good man. You a good man. I'm like, why the fuck y'all saying it like it's rare or something? Wait a minute. And what I'm doing is, doing what I want somebody to do for me, you know what I'm saying? Or my grandmama or whoever the fuck it was that I helped, you know what I'm saying? Grandpa or something like that. If you able body and you capable, nigga, you know what I'm saying? They ask, hey, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? Give a nigga a solid. And that's, because I came up in the early 80s, man. It's your neighborhood, your neighborhood expanded, your home expanded outside of your residence. It was your neighborhood was your home. It wasn't just your house that you know what I'm saying, you and your family residing in. And so, you know what I'm saying, that's my connection to it. And I don't know. I don't know. I guess
Nah, but
crazy
do you think like okay, right? I've been in these spaces. Yeah, yo, I just went downstairs, my nigga. Like I'm all the way downstairs now, like because I'm on my phone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm on a Galaxy because maybe you on your microphone and like the phone from the microphone, it's like have bad reception or whatever. Cause I was just on Charles Faulkner platform just a while ago. Everybody could hear me clearly. And I went to my settings and like you know how you go to your settings when you're on StreamYards, then you're able to go to Echo. Just hit the little thing that says Echo and it get clear. But everybody's shit is different from platform to platform. This depending on phone or microphone. That's something I learned from DJ Cuda. You know what I'm saying? Because he is the microphone king. You know what I'm saying? Way before everybody was doing this shit. But like I was saying though, like, do you think that is because the good guy went off to college, he went off to doing what he doing, and he left his homeboys in the hood? Sometimes it's like, so me personally, right? I was a nerd growing up, bro. A nerd, a geek. Like I still watch the S games every once in a while. My favorite person in the S game was like Bob Basquith.
That ain't nerd shit.
Nah, but in the hood it is because back in the 90s, I couldn't go. I was the only kid in my community with a skateboard, bro. Feel me?
Same.
I used to get jumped. Now, 2023, there's kids in my community with skateboards all up and down the street. I just look at it like I'm baffled because they didn't have to go through. I mean, they didn't have to endure what I had to endure when I came outside.
The only thing you had to endure was the ignorance of others not understanding.
But
skateboarding ain't no white boy shit.
That's a fact, but I didn't know that at the time.
Yeah.
That it was ignorance. I thought I could come outside with my comic books. I thought I could come outside with my baseball cards and trade cards. Maybe because when I went to high school, you had the nerd table. But I was able to bounce from like the nerd table who got the baseball cards, the football cards. It was like separate tables, and then you got the popular table. It was, bro. I'm just saying, not now, bro. Back then, yes, it was, because it was separate table. That was my your experiences is different from my experience.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It was separate tables at the lunchroom. It was, bro, in my life.
I get what you're saying is that what we may consider nerd stuff, which is not nerd stuff, like other people who might be a little bit more ignorant than us might consider it nerd stuff. Like, we don't consider.
Games weren't considered nerd shit, but that's considered nerd shit now.
I mean, it's weird. Man, dude, I used to run into difficulties like I said when I was younger, when I used to beat the hell out of people in video games. First thing they'll say, man, you need to try to get out here and get some pussy, man. I was like, you just mad because you lost, nigga.
Facts. Come on, man. Let's be honest.
Game up, nigga.
Yeah, step your game up. You know what I'm saying? That's what I had to do. I had to be in the house, get out of school, whatever, play my game, get better. Then my homeboys will come through. Then I'll get better. You know what I'm saying? I played the Zeldas. I played the the my brother bought me my first Nintendo. You know what I'm saying? I was grateful enough to
Shout
have the
out to
Nintendo
Squaresoft, man.
and the Genesis at the same time. To do because of my brothers and I mean my older brother and his activity. Like he always spoiled me. But I'm saying, even though when I go outside, it's a different temperament. Some of them kids didn't have those type of things. You know what I'm saying? I know some kids that was outside, yo, when they was like 10, 11 years old, maybe younger than that, already outside doing devious things. You know what I'm saying? Oh, them baseball cards now, yo, we into this, yo. We playing ding dong ditch. We we playing shoot 'em up, bust 'em up. We out here going different blocks and we doing this. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna put all the information out there. I don't want to incriminate myself or anything of that nature or my friends, anything like that. But they was doing some devious things at a young age, bro. Nah, bro, you better tuck that whatever you talking about away. We into this. Are you going to follow us or what? Are you into it or not? You know what I'm saying? So that's where a lot of temptations come into the play at. You know what I'm saying? That's when a lot of kids out here tucked away the baseball cards, tucked away the games. Now they tagging and spray painting on walls in my area. You know what I'm saying? And then it goes from what's your first hip hop album? Oh, word. Because mine was NWA sitting on the rooftop, you know what I mean? And my cousin popped that in the radio, and that blew my mind. You know what I'm saying? At my uncle's house. God bless his soul. So that was my first hip hop tape was NWA. What? That changed my whole what? I'm not playing, I'm not watching wrestling no more. No, I mean, my mom put me in the front of the TV, and that was my first experience of watching wrestling, Legion of Doom, and all of that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? I done took all of that away. Now I'm experiencing the street life at a young age. You understand? So
Yeah.
that's all I'm saying.
The sweet life.
Sweet life.
Well, I
Yeah,
still
yo,
watch.
the fucking sweet life. Yeah,
I,
there we
I,
go. Let's go.
I still watch wrestling. I still play video games, and I don't give a fuck what none of them motherfuckers think,
Mm.
like at all, like at all. Shout out to Rob. I see Black Light Revelations 2 in the chat.
What to do,
Cortez
bro, bro?
Smith. Yeah, yeah, but yeah, like I say, I used to run into problems with that shit too. You know, just anything like look at the background. I still watch anime cartoons. People consider that nerd stuff. People
Shit, you
like
better.
I
You
mean,
better if you
shit.
want to keep
Just
your
because,
sanity. You better because the Japanese have picked up on the formula. Because when it comes to storytelling, bruh, anime is an evolution. Cause
read.
people don't understand it.
Yeah, people used to, like people like talking about you used to get beat up for. I don't know what's wrong with niggas, man. You know, you people used to get beat up for reading comic books and shit.
No,
That's so bad. I'm from Rochester, New York, yo.
fuck
It
that.
was crazy. I used to okay. There was an incident where you remember the game called Hoops. It was a game called Hoops on Nintendo,
Yeah, I remember
or
that.
like Michael Jordan versus Larry Bird. I remember my homeboy gave me the game, told me make sure you bring me my game back. I went to school, had the game on my book bag. These two boys, I still name to this day. One passed away, one still living. I ain't see him God know how long, right? They took the game, bruh. My homeboy was furious. These two dudes used to jump me every single day. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? Like, bruh, these dudes actually told my mom that I was jumping them. Nigga, I ain't jump you. That's how devious it was in my neighborhood, bruh. Straight cash. But after I got older and then got with a crew, I seen a particular dude, you know, at the little recreation center. He was swimming or whatever, and you know, we did what we had to do. You know, I done took his Puma, you know, out the locker room or whatever. You know, he probably went home naked. I don't know. I got care. Like revenge is the sweetest joy that's a getting. You know,
So
Tupac said that.
you
Yeah.
definitely don't suffer
But I'm
from the
just
curse
saying,
of the good
these
guy.
kids can be devious, bro.
You hold up. You definitely don't suffer from the curse of the good
Nah,
guy.
because I had to go through levels. I had to go through the levels.
And what are the levels?
Mm-mm.
Do I want to hear this?
The level is I'm on my Facebook chat. I'm on Facebook, and I told one of my homeboys, like, I think I was the only black dude dealing with the Latin Kings at the time, and he said, "Hell yeah," because I rode around a bunch of wolves. You know what I'm saying? I had to put the joysticks down, pause. You know what I'm saying, and run around some wolves. I'm not telling nobody to go through this. I'm not telling no young man to live this, but we all gotta go through our life experience, and we all gotta go through our own journey in life. All I'm saying, my experience was my crew gave me a new attitude. You know what I'm saying? My crew. I took everything that my crew told me to do, and I made my own gumbo out of it. And making your own gumbo is different from state to state. People make things differently. You understand me? You understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, it became your force principle. You develop a new force principle because the curiosity was
Mm.
fulfilled with something that was with a lot more mature, or something that was considered a lot more mature. The thing is, you didn't approach video games from the right perspective. If you keep it as puzzles, then you begin to understand it. But if you just see it as games or as entertainment, something to do, then okay, yeah, oh, kid stuff. It was never kid stuff. It was all about how you dove into it. Hence why,
Right.
you know what I'm saying. But the whole thing with this whole like nerd thing. Look, you talking to a bona fide motherfucking nerd, cuz, and not a nerd because of none what all the new shit is that makes a motherfucking nerd. Nigga, if you was involved in developing your intelligence, you was a nerd. Now everybody went to school, but those of us who paid attention to how we learned, while we learned, we were the motherfucking nerds. We, trying to break shit apart and understand it deeply. Those who asked the questions that fucked up everybody's evening. Those who, you feel me?
That's a
Um,
whole yo fam. That's a whole fact because I think I lost. I think I gained back that nerd side as I started dealing in this manosphere space, and like
oh for
I
sure.
heard
Oh for
one
sure.
content creator was like, "Yo, a lot of black men lose that nerd side, or lose if you was a baseball player, if you played with Legos, if you did with anime. It's like we lose that over the years because now you're dealing with a whole family now." Now you're
No,
dealing with kids, you're dealing with a wife or a girlfriend, you got your first crib, you trying to get your job started. So you lose that kid inside you, and sometimes you gotta
but it's not. But
refine
that's the
that
thing.
kid
It's
inside
not a
you. You
kid. That's the
understand what I'm
whole
trying to say,
thing.
bro? Real
The whole
shit.
thing is it's not a kid that is within you. That is you. You can always go back to that. You don't never look. You don't never grow up from that. You just make different decisions. But
Right, yo. But
but from
sometimes you lose your. Well,
no, you don't.
okay,
You
my
don't ever. You
experience
don't. You
is,
don't, you just
bro.
you just
Me,
you
me
attempt.
personally,
Let me
bro. I
finish. Let me
lost
finish.
myself.
Let me
I did.
finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Go
You
ahead, bro. Do
attempt.
you? Do you,
Okay,
bro?
the mute. I can't do that with yo double speak behind your ass, nigga. The thing is, you attempt to place things upon you, and that's the issue. And then you operate as the identity of all that you place upon you. Kind of like these bitches with these eyelashes and shit. You know what I'm saying? Bitch, those ain't your lashes, that ain't your hair. Quit twirling that shit. You ain't feeling a goddamn thing out of that, right? But okay, portraying, right? Well, that child aspect, the so-called child aspect of you, that is you. You don't get no fucking older and all that shit from that. You just learn to make wiser decisions. Because if you think about it, this whole age thing, you only really think about it physically. Mental wise, ask yourself how much have you really progressed from that which you valued at your youngest age when you were able to value something personally. You ain't move away from that. Maybe some slight adjustment or whatever. Still hold to it the same, but ain't nobody that far away from themselves from that time at all.
What about when people ridicule? AM. They be like, oh, he got toys in the bag. He's this and that. And he's one of the godfathers of this space, bro. I hear it every day. I see what you're saying, but I've been here longer in these spaces. I've been
Now
here
that
a long time, bro. All I'm
now
saying
hold up,
is,
now hold up.
I
Now
hear,
there's a
hold
difference
on,
between
bro.
nerd and geek. There's a
Bro,
difference.
it's okay, yo. So what's the difference between nerd and geek, bro?
Okay, so now to still have like the action figures and stuff, that resides in geekdom, not nerddom. So the thing is with geekdom, and that's what I've seen. Geekdom has been blended with nerdism, and I think it first started in Pilgrim sector or whatever, because they were trying to get an in with I guess acceptance at some point. Hence why video games now all became nerd shit through fucking geeks, and comic books has become nerd shit through fucking geeks that ain't had you know what I'm saying that got social issues. This is different between a nerd and a geek. A nerd will watch Star Wars. A geek will watch Star Wars and go home and twirl the motherfucking, you know what I'm saying, pole like it's a lightsaber. A nerd will watch Star Wars, go home and try to build a fucking lightsaber. That's the difference.
Well, that's a heck of a way to think about it.
That's how
Like,
I've always thought about it.
yeah. I mean,
Yo,
which hand?
Yeah. So when you so this that's the whole thing with the nerd. Like nigga, nerds were cool, cuz. People, you know what I'm saying? Nerds were cool because you could learn anybody you could learn something from. Back in those days was cool. That anti nerd shit. I wonder if it largely came with the movies or something. You know what I mean? Because at what point was it not? At what point did somebody who could teach you something not be cool within the black community? Now
I mean,
that was always considered a cool thing.
let me tell you something, man. Intelligentsia in our community has always been somewhat frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say that much. It's cool in some parts because the really intelligent cats could do some really cool shit and show us some really cool shit and help us with our homework and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But for the most part, it's frowned upon because it's seen as some sort of weakness, and the way it was portrayed in the media, which has a very big impact on our thinking as of today. Nerd was always something that somebody didn't want to be. Let's say, for instance, like a Steve Urkel. You
Exactly.
know,
Yeah, that's exactly why they did them like that. Shit.
yeah,
Because they
yeah,
didn't want
because
they didn't want
That's a
intelligence
fact. When he went
to
into
be
that
received.
order or whatever,
Yeah.
then he became Stefan. Then
Exactly.
Shorty liked him when he became Stefan. You know what I'm saying? But then he had to go back to being Steve. He ain't get the woman. But at the end of the day, Steve always had the chick though. That other chick, I forgot her name. She
Myra,
liked
cuz.
him,
Shit.
and she still look good to this day. I don't
Rest
know
in
if she
peace.
passed. I
she
don't
passed
know.
away.
That's a fact. But she liked him. Why did Steve didn't like her, right? And she looked it way more attractive than the other chick, bro. In my eyes, bro.
Facts.
In your
Like,
eyes,
let's
in
keep this
my
shit
eyes.
authentic. Let's keep it authentic. The nerd dude had the chance. Okay, this like Michael P. Jordan, right? His situation. Whatever. He bigged up from The Wire, whatever. That's where I know him from. I know him from The Wire. And people then mess all of that up. I ain't gonna say bro name. It is what it is, right? So, what I was about to say. Okay, he seen his old high school sweetheart. I mean, old girl on the red carpet, whatever, right? He told her like, "Yo, like, yeah, you know what you said on that blog." Then he gave her that wink. So I think the new nerd is different right now. Like, the Marius, what's his name, with Kiki Palmer situation or whatever. I think the nerd is not playing no games right now. It's like they gonna get more of into themselves as I'm watching it play in front of me. It's like they starting to say like I don't care. They having a more I don't care attitude. You know what I'm saying? Towards these dubs. That is me, bro. I'm just watching it. You understand? And I hope they get a new attitude, bro. I mean,
You
it's an
can't.
old
Nah, that ain't
cliche.
gonna happen because everything is getting blended, man. Look, the nerd shit is getting blended with hipster shit now, and they're just gonna continue blending. You know what I'm saying? There are no more borders, and so unfortunately, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's up in the air. It's
Nah, I
all
just
crazy.
hate
It's
this
all crazy right
defeatist.
now.
I just hate a defeatist. See, I'm not from a defeatist attitude. I'm not saying that from a defeatist like attitude. I want to see the
But
nerd
can you
guys
get a
win, the
black?
good guys,
The can you get a black
bad
pill
guy, ugly. I'm
perspective?
from that old school shit. Know what I mean? What my father, God bless his soul. My father's birthday was yesterday. You know what I'm saying? And he been
Yeah.
gone for like 4 years. I mean, my thing is, I want
History
to.
too.
It's like you want to see the underdog win, but when the underdog get that paper, that nerd guy actually gets success. Like Larry Page. Larry Page is like a guy who created Google. Him and his other partner from college or whatever the case may be. Maybe he would be
Mm.
considered a nerd. There's a lot of nerd dudes who created a lot of things that we use every day from the garage. You know what I'm
But the thing
saying? When
is,
you
you're
watch The
speaking
Wolf of
of
Wall Street,
you're
you
speaking of
understand?
nerd
Like, come
as if
on,
it's
bro.
largely received as a negative. But this
Nerds
is
run
the
the
issue.
world, bro.
Well, no. It's not that nerds run the world.
What? You
Hear
bugging.
me out. Hear me out. Nerd is just an adjective, right? And it's used as a pejorative. You know what I'm saying? But you got to understand what the power is. It's intelligentsia, right? The development, the personal development of one's intelligence in order to understand something deeper within science to have some influence or some impact with it, right? Now, I don't know where nerd come from. I have no idea. But all I know is any element that comes from understanding a deeper element of this reality, I don't care what label is placed to it. There can never be nothing negative with that. And you know what I'm saying, and the fact that intelligentsia didn't start with those who you know what I'm saying coined the term nerd, I guess, in order to see it as some form of again pejorative, whatever. So what we should be looking at is the efficacy, the elevation, right? The fact of knowledge that you don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Again, this is why I'm glad that I was laced how I was. You know what I'm saying? By the motherfuckers who took me on the wing. I think it was, a lot of it was a little bit too raw. You know what I'm saying? For a fucking second grade or whatever. But it is it taught me to respect information that I get from others. And this is why I rock the way I rock now. You know, so that's why I thank y'all for the sharpening. It taught me how to listen. It taught me how to understand the quality of information. It taught me how to understand the best way to use it. Again, game. I liken all of this to game. All it is skills gained through the wisdom and experience of another. And we can absorb like that, right? So all of this, the whole nerd thing, I think that's some Peckerwood shit, cuz. And you know what I'm saying, niggas latched on to it like anything else, you know what I'm saying, these Peckerwoods fucking do. But intelligence has always been a marker of power amongst us. Always. And that's how it resonated with me right off the bat. Because the motherfuckers who laced me were highly intelligent. Yeah, they were in the game, but these motherfuckers was college educated. You know what I'm saying? Businessmen owning business outside of the game. Shit. Running hoes and plumbing, nigga. What? Shit. Highly intelligent. I wasn't just looking at the fact that, all right, okay, they the man and everything, but nah, it's, man, how you know so much? How can you retain so much? This issue came up. You know what I'm saying? This issue come up. This issue. Bam. Solution. Oh yeah, I remember this is what we did with this. God damn. Intelligence, bruh. Is, you know what I'm saying? What the fuck? It's power. It's always been power. Light. How are we receiving? How are we receiving light? Because that's actually was what intelligence was light was symbolic of. The flame. The reason why people use the lamp in a lot of symbolism. It was symbolic of intelligence, the brain. When the fuck did that ever become fucking negative?
But do you have to go through light to go through darkness though? There's a lot of brothers who haven't been through that darkness though to see that light. You gotta go through pain and agony, you know what I mean, to actually really have triumph. You know what I mean? There's a lot of dudes in these spaces that never had access to certain things that you had access way before anything, like dealing with
Oh
all
yeah, I
this
got lucky. I got
physical
lucky.
lock. You know what I'm saying? You understand? Like, come on, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, if we're gonna put it all on the table, let's put it everything on the table. Fuck the table. Let's put it all on the table. If you're gonna, know what I mean, the moons and the stars and the quasars, my nigga, all I gotta do is watch Boys in the Hood and, know what I mean, like, I'm on a whole different plane. I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
but some of these dudes, it's not like you got a lot of dudes who gonna be lost in the translation. You know what I'm saying?
I
Especially
mean,
when
that's
you
what
see
that's
an
what that's what
accurate,
studying is for.
an
Shit.
actual thing when you watch Boys in the Hood. Like some of these dudes are actually in the hood. It's like some of these dudes are actually like having problems with women's in these spaces, like actually going through trauma in these spaces. You know what I'm saying? So we can't lose them in the translations and talking about the moon stars and the cursors and giving these dudes false expectations, bro. Sometimes you just gotta break it down to the simplest form. And sometimes you gotta walk these dudes through baby steps, bro.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Sometimes you gotta crawl before you walk. Some of these dudes ain't been in the trenches like we've been in the trenches in these spaces, bro. These motherfuckers they get nervous soon as when they see a beautiful woman. They freeze up. They start shaking. They start sweating. Their palms get sweaty. Just like a job interview. Motherfuckers
Nigga,
start.
wait a minute, nigga. That's
I'm
what's
just keeping
supposed
it
to happen.
gangster.
That's
Come
what's
on,
supposed
man.
to happen. She's supposed to make
I
your
know,
fucking
but some
heart
people can't
palpitate
be
like that.
comfortable. Some
If she
people
that
can't be
fine and that
comfortable in
bad.
uncomfortable situations.
Okay, but wait a minute now. That's something that you have to learn though. But you can't. But with that effect though, you can't fault that part against them because a bad bitch is a bad bitch, nigga. I seen a bitch that broke me down my knees before, cuz like it just stop you in your tracks, and all you can do is say, God damn, I want a piece.
That's a whole fact. I see what today, cuz. I see what today. Oh my lord.
Hey,
Oh my lord,
hey,
Jesus.
Rogish. Hey, Rogish, look who's in the chat. The guy we supposed to be hating along with everybody else, but we don't.
Uh oh.
This is
Uh
old BGS.
oh. It's wiggly
Yeah,
legs.
they're mad at us because we don't hate this guy.
Nah, hold on, man. Hold on. Now, don't steal my saying. Wrigley legs is for somebody else. I came up with the term Wrigley legs.
I
Nigga,
know
that's
you
for a
did,
motherfucking old
motherfucker,
man,
but
nigga. Wrigley legs is for motherfucking obsidian, nigga. Don't use my shit. I want my
oh,
credit,
I
nigga. Give me
no,
my
no, 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 no,
motherfucking
no, no.
credit.
That's your shit. Hold up, that's your shit. That's your
Yeah,
shit.
I
The
know it's
BGS
my
thought you
shit,
was talking
yeah,
about
because I
him.
created it. I'm a
BGS thought you
creative
was
a
talking
lot of
about him.
things in these spaces, but I don't get no fucking credit. Nigga, I came up with the term Undertaker hat, Steve Harvey suits. That was all shot motherfucking MOT, nigga. MOT, that's all yo. Mr. I'm the president.
So about church,
Mr. President.
church,
Talking
Fuck
about the
you, nigga.
BGS.
so about church candy in
BGS
the
is the
pocket.
old lion, man.
Church candy in the pocket, ass nigga. That's what you talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, some of y'all didn't, nigga. I said some great
Hey, look
quotable
at
shit on Cuda
Praise the Lord.
platform, nigga. I want all my flowers. Fuck that flower. I'll take my shit.
the
Fuck
motherfucker with
them.
the most infamous top hat in the space. Got
Yeah, niggas want to remix my shit and call that nigga the Wi-Fi Undertaker hat, some shit like that.
Is
That
that the Wi-Fi Undertaker?
yeah, yo, Grit said that shit. Grit called that nigga the Wi-Fi Undertaker hat, some shit he said. Give me my motherfucking flowers, nigga.
Yo,
Oh,
is
I
hold
came
on.
up with Undertaker hat, nigga.
Is that one of those Canadian Mountie joints?
Yeah.
Is that nigga in Canada?
I don't know. That nigga never came. That nigga never came up. That nigga never came up, man. We don't know how that nigga
he
look.
used to. He used to. He actually looked like that. I mean, it ain't like it's a like it ain't like he's not. he-
So
I
he
mean,
look, he
that
actually
motherfucker.
look like that.
That
That nigga
motherfucker.
got a Canada hat,
That,
nigga, with cool
that,
bars and Steve Harvey suits, nigga. Fuck
that, mother,
him.
that, that motherfucker picture overweight.
Hey, but hold on. I mean, if he clean to him, he clean
Nigga
to him,
said his
cuz.
picture overweight. Oh,
Hey,
bars.
dude, I don't care how clean he look, man. Shit, cholesterol is still this man's enemy. Like shit.
I mean, yo, you know what I'm saying? People
Oh my
struggle.
lord.
People struggle.
That man hard trying to tell him something. Come on, man. Come on now. Shit.
I
Come
mean, well,
on.
look. The thing is, everybody sound like most cats in the space sound like they probably on their way to approaching 50. So y'all really do need to be taking a look. You know what I'm saying? Because that's usually when black men start. Yo, cuz 50 for black men. Now that's like the marker, cuz for some reason motherfuckers just start falling at 50.
Man, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. Like, there's been a lot of motherfuckers out here that's been dying even younger, man. I see that shit being reported every day. It be
Yeah.
it be athletes and bodybuilders now. The motherfuckers that you would believe that like that they're gonna live long because they taking care of themselves. They drop them just
Shit,
like
nigga, a
that.
bodybuilder is not taking care of themselves if they're doing that shit traditionally. Ain't no way. No motherfuckers is they're putting too much strain on their body, dog. You ain't supposed to. Ain't nobody look, bro. You ain't supposed to be developing your body like that and only using it for the process of muscle development. You're not using the motherfucking
I mean, shoot,
muscles.
LeBron James' son just went in like he just had cardiac
Yeah,
arrest, and
yeah.
he's in the 10%. He's in the 10% that survives. You
Mm.
know, because it's like there's a very when you get cardiac arrest, there's a very small percentage. There's a very small chance you're gonna survive that,
Oh
and he
yeah.
just so yeah,
Uh,
he just so
I've
happened
had
to survive.
I've had somebody catch cardiac arrest in front of me, and
But glad
he
he made it though, cause he
the
wasn't eating
defibrillate
all that soul food, all that death food shit. So I'm glad he
defibrillators.
made it, man. He went to the prom with that white woman, or that whatever the case may be, man.
Who the
I
fuck
think
didn't
I
go to a
think
prom with a white bitch in that year?
yo, LeBron James' son did, yo. That was the biggest thing in his YouTube spaces. Oh, LeBron's son went to the prom with the white girl. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
the amazing doofus. Big police them on that shit. You know,
Man, that motherfucker got man. I call it. Do you know what I call that? I call old boy. He got the Ed Anderson voice effect. Like his voice sound like for some reason every time I hear him, his voice just sound like Ed Anderson. I know y'all like Ed, but I call it
Who the
the Ed
fuck you
effect.
talking about that sound like Ed? Ed
Like
is
his voice sound
one
like
in a
Ed in
million,
my head. It's
nigga.
like all of these dudes who like have these squeaky ass voices. Like Ed is the founder of that
man,
squeaky
look,
voice shit. That's
man,
just me, bro. That's just
I'm
me.
just, yeah,
Well, look,
yeah, yeah, but
if y'all would work on developing your voices, look, the thing is, it's a muscle, right? It's a muscle like
yeah,
anything else. If
yeah,
you were to effort on developing its range of being able to hit those black keys, then you know what I'm saying you'd be more closer to getting them motherfuckers. You
hey,
feel me? But
but Rogish, we talked about this one night. I don't hear Ed when it comes from Lucas. We played that Key and Peele
yeah, we did
sketch,
play.
so I'm royally pissed.
Yeah.
We're not American.
Remember
What
that?
voice it
Get the
is
pants.
then when he get mad? What is it then? When he get mad, his voice just changes to
Ah,
me.
no offense.
Um, it ain't Man of Spirits 2.0 voice. Like we know the voices of 2.0. Like these motherfuckers is out of here. Like they got their own fucking planet. Like man, this should be weird, yo. Like how the fuck you gonna have a voice like that and come at BGS or anybody for 2.0, man? Nigga, you talking about men's of men. Like they voices was fucking heard. Like I don't get these other dudes. Like, I
Okay,
don't
but
know
wait.
them. I
Okay,
don't
but
want to
wait a
be
minute.
around
Wait.
them. I'm Gucci.
Let me tell you something, man. Niggas be petty and jealous for the dumbest of reasons. Like, they try to put up this little like this white narrative, I like to call it. Like they're acting like white parents who blame Call of Duty for their kids going in and shooting up schools. Oh my
And
god.
nurseries, nigga.
Oh my god, you're leading young men down the wrong path. Like if you don't
Hmm.
shut the fuck up with that bullshit, man.
But okay, but they got the thing is they have to absolve themselves of that being a culture. Like okay, I think the reason why people don't put it on them is because we don't. I think the whole world is waiting for us to point the cultural finger at these motherfuckers and like be real with it. Cause I don't know. I think the civil rights movement they tried, but they wasn't raw. Cause you see what the response of hip hop was when it began, and it largely was a mirror to not necessarily, not necessarily white America, but racist America, because they want to really just talking about Peckerwoods and that motherfucker. But we already know what it is, right? So, 50 years later, I know we do. um, but perhaps maybe they were just waiting for us to get just like really, really raw with them. You know what I'm saying? Because with the Nation of Islam, I think they were the rawest black people at that time who would, what I'm saying, shoot that mirror to these fucks, and they really didn't get much support like that, right? But now everybody is primed. 50 years later, they have to already been primed. Shit,
Yeah,
well,
man.
motherfucking primed.
Yeah, but we always, as black men, we always face that stupendous level of hate for no fucking reason.
I be that. I be that. In the words of Reggie Noble, nigga.
Yeah, me too,
That's a
man.
You're
fact. Yo, I got all his albums. I bought all his albums. Well, his tape. Well, yeah, his CDs at the time. Yeah, that's my dude. Yo, shouts out to New Jersey. My
you know what I
aunt
mean?
up here right now. You know what I mean? Born and raised in South Carolina, but her stomping grounds is New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? I've been in New Jersey. You know what I'm saying? One of my classic films is New Jersey Drive. You know what I'm saying? Like I actually watched that on my block with some ladies. You know what I'm saying? Like yo, we watched that with some ladies and it blew my mind. And she was God body at the time, and I know my mathematics at the time. And shit, yo, we watching the movie, and then after the movie, she spitting some Jews to me. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
Oh
a dope
man,
conversation at the time and shit on my block.
that sounds
I'm
so
a
nice,
legend in
boss.
my hood, bro.
That sounds so nice. That's one thing. That's when it
I'm
comes to the East
talking
Coast.
about
I
I'm
hope the East
talking
Coast
about when
never
we
never
used to
lose
wear
that,
the
man.
overalls. I'm talking about when we used to wear the overalls back in the day, and church was
Uh,
everything. You know what I'm saying?
I
Naughty by
remember.
nature was everything when I was growing up. You understand? Like dumb times.
I remember. But see, the thing is, that we but see, so it's interesting because ultimately we get back to speaking of culture, right? So the whole thing with the curse of the good guy, um, the only reason why there is a curse of the good guy is because the good guy is perceived as going against the grain when all they're doing is seeing and interacting with what it is that they're seeing, and everybody's like, well, we didn't see it until you saw it. You know what I'm saying? We didn't whatever it is that the good guy is presenting. Okay, if it's an issue, why is it an issue? Because obviously, if the do people know what the intentions of the good guy is? Do people think the good guy's intentions are personal, as far as I'm doing this for personal gain to see what I can get out of it, or is the understanding of what a good guy actually is present?
Facts. I think the good guy was present. My experiences, right? I was okay right now in today's time. I would be considered a simp because back in the '90s, my era, our era, it was like I'll go to the chick house who I met off the chat line. Yeah, quote unquote chat line back in our chat line days, right? This service right now remind me of the chat line of so many ways, but that is my personal opinion, right?
Yeah.
So I'll go to the chick house, met her, talk to her, whatever, right? Then I'll go in and the family like we were having a vibe. And I'll reach in my pocket and be like, yo, I want to buy everybody chicken, pizza, wings. We about to order out. If you don't got the money, we got the money. If we was getting money, it is what it is. Like, I always came through with a vibe. Now it's a vibe, but I came in that house as myself. It's just like when you walk in the room, everybody got all eyes on you. Like, it's like a awe. It's that energy as I look back on it. You know what I'm saying? I was well presented. I always, I had what I had on. Nice haircut, nice garments on. You know what I mean? My shoes, I'm suited and booted, as
Yeah, but
people
what?
say.
But the thing, what were your intentions for being at
My
the space?
intentions was make my presence felt. Every time I went to a woman's house, I'm making my presence felt.
No, no, no.
Like
But I'm speaking of the whole context of the curse of the good guy. Because okay, so what
yes,
qualifies?
I had good
Well, hold on,
intentions.
hold on, hold on, hold on, wait, wait.
Uh,
What do you or how do you identify the engagement of a cat as being a good guy within the black community?
man, okay, right? The good guy with me is like my brother, right? My brother is quote unquote the good guy, but it's like how you say that word? A caviar. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's layers to it. It's like he's a good guy. Like if he see you, he don't even know you, and he see you if you got your car broke down or you in the snow or whatever, he
Mm-hmm.
will jump out and help you out. That's considered a good guy. Like he
For
did a
sure,
yo,
for
he will
sure.
give you the clothes off his
Yeah,
back. He's quote unquote a good guy.
that's
Ladies
an
love him.
angel, cuz that's
Yeah,
an angel.
well, he's the angel in disguise.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I'm talking about because he's from another generation. He's from the '70s, bruh. Like '70s, '80s.
But that's where we got our game from. When
That's a
the whole
different.
element
But
of game
but when you
comes
come on
from
this
brothers
internet
of that
thing,
era.
the good guy is the worst thing ever. It's called right now in 2023. It's quote unquote. If you a good guy, it's considered to being a simp. But back in our day, it wasn't a simp of being a good guy. You knew how to be the good guy, the bad guy, the ugly guy. Like you knew what to do when you was in them situations.
The good guy was the cat with the most integrity. You was considered to be a goody goody or whatever, right? So it wasn't really a it wasn't really again it was another pejorative. The whole thing is I think black people if
I think
okay
this internet stuff lost us
let me land
between
let me
the
land
good guy, the
let me
bad
land
guy.
fam.
I think we'll be coming to these spaces. If you know, you know. But outside of this internet thing, I think brothers like me, brothers like you, the other, know what I mean? The brother with the channel right here, this brother right here, the black man
J
being
Rock.
brutally honest. I don't think that we have problems getting women, bro. We never
It's not
had these
wait a minute.
problems.
It's not
A
about
lot
having
of brothers on the internet
it's not
have a
about
lot of
having
problems.
problems getting women. No, no, no. When you're talking about the good guy, you got to remember. Look at the title, "The
I'm
Curse
a
of the
good
Good
guy.
Guy." Hear me out. Hear me out. Mute up,
Right.
please, because that double shit is fucking with me. All right. So the curse of the good guy and the communitah. Absorb the context of the communitah. So basically, this is being shot as a perspective of one who views the community or us, you know what I'm saying, I guess partaking or being within the community as something that is more of conjecture or something, right? All right, I can accept that. But the good guy is not conjecture. You got good motherfuckers out here. You know what I'm talking about? You got motherfuckers out here who is just good for the sake of good, for the simple fact of it is a principle unto their very selves. Now, let's say that this cat wishes to, send effort on behalf of his community. That really shouldn't be seen as a lame thing. That really shouldn't be seen as a negative thing. And it really shouldn't be seen as something that is surprising, seeing this, saying if a cat is, saying truly a good cat, but what are we qualifying as good? Well, you look at the deeds. You know what I'm talking about? And if, you know what I'm saying? That's how I look at it.
Yeah, and I also look at it as something that is like completely subjective. You
Yeah.
know, our definition of good guy may not be someone else's definition of good guy. Like, say for instance, the hoes, they think good guys are somebody that shut the fuck up and give them all their money.
Mm.
Then they'll say he's such a good guy. It's like, no, that's a sucker. Uh, yeah, it's like Frank Green said. He said the good guy. He said the good guy helped the whole, not pleasing the pockets for pleasure. You
Preach.
know, if you trick for pleasure, you're a trick. But
Mm.
yeah,
Yo, you know what, Trick? I mean, you know what? That's one of the interesting things that I think has evolved. That with that evolving, that's how I know everything else is evolving, and that's why I say that this is my future. Like this might be our present and everything. I'm sorry, I'm living in the future. Shit is crazy to me right now. This is a bizarro world.
oh
So
yeah,
you
yeah, I
feel me?
agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, I don't. I
Hey yo,
can't tell head from tails in this bitch.
I always wanted to say this on the panel, right? I always want to say this, right? Like forever, but I always used to get muted and whatever for so many years, right? And I finally could say this. I know a good guy, right? He will fix all the kids' bikes in the community, right? Like one of them, he the maintenance man. Like he got all the tools in the world. He put the air in the tires. He got the garage filled. No matter if you go to the black community, white
Hmm.
community, whatever community, right? He help everybody out, right? But oh, excuse me. But if he go to that woman's house and he a Rolling Stone type of dude and he put his hat on that house, you know the song.
Yeah.
Nigga, he will throw your ass in that closet, that woman in that closet, and play Trapped in the Closet by R. Kelly.
What the fuck
Yeah,
are you
he's a
talking
good guy in
about,
the
bro?
community, but behind closing doors, he gonna put his foot on your neck. Like I always wanted to say that on the panel before.
What
Like,
the fuck are
yeah,
you
I have
talking
my
about,
passion.
man?
I'm a weirdo like that. I just had to
Yeah,
go.
nigga, what the fuck
I
is
had
that
to go. I
shit?
had to go. I had to go Joker. I had to go to the Joker mode real quickly. Okay,
Oh,
mind me to go Joker mode real
my
quick.
bad, my
Okay,
bad,
like
my bad. That was Joker.
mind me to go in my bag real quick. Okay,
Hey,
like
hey,
whatever.
Whoa.
You'll really be
Well,
trapped in the closet 1 through 12.
what,
all right. Oh,
nigga? What? All right, go ahead.
okay. It's been it's been 3.25 hours. And
He said, "Okay."
I do understand that some of us have to be to work tomorrow.
Stop it. Get some
I
help.
Go watch it's right there. Go watch the Boondocks and go watch when R. Kelly like pissed in the courtroom and go watch Tupac when he told the judge whatever. Like you will see these good guy, bad guy type of men, and that's the type of man I am. You know what I'm saying? I never did the R. Kelly thing before, but I wish I could do the Tupac thing and told the judge all of that. But I'm still a good guy though. I still to give the kids
I don't think
candy
that
and
anybody wants to do the R. Kelly thing.
What the fuck?
I don't.
What to do, BGS?
Yeah, what's going
Yeah.
on? R. Kelly thing.
What? Yeah. What's going on,
I
BGS?
wish I was R. Kelly. I want to piss on the judge stand or the table. Do you see that R. Kelly shit in the Boondocks? I wish I could do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, there's a price to pay. You can do it. You just have to pay the price for it. That's all. You can do it.
Man, I
You
love
have
a
to.
price. Man,
That's all
I
it is.
pay the price in these spaces,
Oh
BGS.
no,
I've been paid
Yeah.
prices.
there's a
What are
big
you talking about?
there's a big difference between social ridicule and an orange jumpsuit, man.
I never had an orange jumpsuit, but I
Man, you don't want it,
did,
man.
but I did have a lot of police officers surrounding me before in my lifetime. BGS,
Well,
I've been through them
you,
things,
you know what
sir.
you know
You
what's
know
more
what you call me, though.
you,
You know
you,
what you always call me,
no, no,
right?
no.
You know who?
I'm gonna tell you what's more scary than that, man. What's more scary than that, man? Honest to God, truth, right? Coming through customs from a foreign country
Hmm.
and knowing that
Ooh,
when that
got
guy
dope
when he
on you.
looks at you funny, okay, that you could be disappeared and nobody
That's
could
a
ever see you
fact.
again.
That's
Yep.
a fact.
Yep.
Hey, yo, BGS.
I'll chase the
I
cop.
do watch
I've been surrounded
BGS.
by
I
cops.
do watch over country prison system, industrial systems,
No,
and overseas. We got the best prisons over here in America, though. I give you that, though. Our prisons is way better.
uh,
I
you don't
give
want
you
to
that. I give you
you don't want to go to one of them black sites, man. Then that's see
that's
that's
a
what keeps
fact.
me up at night. This cop stuff, the prison, and you know what it is. But them black sites that nobody hears about that I've heard of people that just you come through customs and you just
Yeah.
drop off the map, man.
But that show
That's
you
what
what the
keeps me up
world is about, though. But see, this is why I say this is why I approached the way that I approach because I understand what laws that y'all wish to say that on and or what order that y'all wish to say that man authorizes. You know what I'm saying
at.
himself by. Man is fucking just as savage as one of these fucking animals. So for one who attempts to approach as if righteousness is the way with it, in all honesty,
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the most difficult thing that you can do. You know what I'm saying in the society of man because man is just as savage as a fucking animal, but they don't want to acknowledge that shit, but will exhibit it.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
It's there.
Facts.
It's there, but if you socialize people to gear towards it, guess what? You're not gonna get. You're not gonna get what we call civilization.
I'm about to say civility. You know?
That's what keeps. That's what built this, man. See,
Yeah.
trust and believe, man. You don't want you don't want to go to them places where this stuff doesn't exist. Okay,
Yeah, I dig it. I dig it. But
I,
but but
you can tell the United States is a is a is a police state. Don't get it twisted. Otherwise, you wouldn't have open laws and stuff like this, man. I don't know if you've been to the third world, man, or developing countries.
yeah,
There is no open. Even people with living in shacks, man. There's a big fence around their shacks, with a group of shacks,
right,
man. There's no
right,
open. There's nothing open because uh there is no enforced law like that. So you got to
right,
protect yourself. So
right.
if you've been down there and you know what it is, you can tell, man. You can tell when you go to a third world country, man, and see the big ass walls and big, the 20-foot high walls
Yeah,
in the compound, and you
yep.
can always see the broken glass that's been cemented into the top of the wall. That's when
Mm,
you know where you're at. Okay.
mm. God
But
damn.
BGS, yo, we talking about the good guy, bad guy thing, right? Why do
Okay.
you? Okay,
What
it's an
what is it?
old video.
Uh-huh.
It's an old documentary I seen where a guy could live in a hut, right?
Hmm.
I forgot what they call him in the other countries in like Africa. Like he got like probably the Louis, the Gucci or whatever.
Okay.
Know what I mean, the Versace or whatever. But he live in a fucking hut.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And his woman still fucking respect his ass.
Yeah, I've
I
seen that.
forgot. I'm gonna look it up because
I've seen
there's a
it.
term for
That's
it. There's a
that's most
term.
that's most of the world, man. That's most of the world. 90%
Right.
of the world is what operates on. Only in the West where you get this stuff where it's not good enough. That's
So
why.
the
Go
sophistication in the West is of is an anomaly, right? Um,
Yeah,
and
it is because it's advanced. Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
and it's advanced well ahead, like Hassar said on Rogers' panel earlier today. $30,000
Hmm.
anywhere else around the world, you're living comfortably.
Yeah, more than yeah.
More than comfortably. At $30,000. So you got to
Hmm.
ask yourself, what is the level of civility, if there is a generalized civility, right? There can be some general. What is
Hmm.
the level of civility of those in those areas of the world where potentially they could grow most savage when it comes to order and you know what I'm saying and maintaining the desired harmony.
Basically, most of the world, man, where this stuff exists, the people are in smaller groups. Okay, you're not gonna see millions
Ah,
of people or hundreds of thousands of people. In
right.
fact, me and a friend at work had this argument years ago, man. But he proved it. Anything over 50,000 people in a city, man, it starts to grate on people, and that's when you start seeing this kind of violence, stuff like that.
Ain't that something?
You have impossible because in a small town, everybody knows each other.
Right.
I mean, literally, you know the family, you know the mother, you know the father. The propensity of violence and kind of strife is kind of lessened
Mm-hmm.
because you know each other. You've been friends. If you duked it out, you duked it out in kindergarten. Okay.
Just like I said, with my neighborhood,
Hmm.
my home extended outside of our residence. My
Yeah.
home wasn't just our residence. My home was my block. My home was the other houses
Talk
and the other
about it.
families
Talk
on it.
about it.
You
Yeah.
feel
Talk
me?
about it,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. But the thing is that
That's
in
how
L.
I was That's how I was introduced to cripping.
No, that is true. But thing is, you know that because we from the same town. But thing is, you got to go to school. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to go to
The
school,
school. Hold
and it's
on. What about the
and
school of the hard knocks, BGS? The school of the hard
let
knocks,
me
because my
finish.
homeboy
That's
faced
what
it
we
3 years.
talking about.
Let me
Okay,
finish.
go ahead.
Let me finish. Okay. You say, yeah, your block. You know people on your block, depending on how big your block is, because I come from 94th and Budlong, man. Basically, them blocks are huge. Okay, you got at least 1,000 people on that block, so you
Mm.
can't know everybody. But
God damn.
you know how them city blocks is in
That's
LA, man.
Yeah.
crazy, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but the thing is, then you got to go. Then you got to go to a local school where you got to mix the kids from different blocks, right? They don't
Mm.
know you, okay? And then as you progress up, say the middle school, it's even bigger, okay? So in other words, it's not a small town anymore, right? Basically, your block is a small town, okay?
Right,
And
but
then
you
you
would
have,
think that cultures that create an understanding amongst people
mm-hmm.
would actually, those who operate the system, you would think that they would think that that would fare better for them. Because if you think about it, like that's kind of, if you think about it, it's kind of like what black cultural expression does. It links people,
It's
and
only so many people you can link, though. And we've seen what black cultural expression means. When you go from rolling 60 to 83rd. Okay, you feel me?
I ain't talking about the game, BGS.
Yo,
God damn,
that's
cuz.
wicked. That's
What the
that's a
fuck?
different tipping bit.
Uh,
Hey yo,
uh,
BGS,
yeah.
hey yo, fellas, did you see the hey yo BGS? Did you see the
Mhm.
new picture that came displayed on Facebook with it's Jeff Ford's son, Labby Hoover's son
Mhm.
on Facebook, and what's the other guy? Hold on, Labby Hoover, Jeff Ford, and then another prominent guy from Chicago, and all
The
of them
Three
took a
Kings?
picture,
Wait a
like
minute. Wait a minute.
all
The
the
Three
sons,
Kings'
all
sons?
the three King's sons took a picture. It's on Facebook. It's floating around on Facebook. All the
Because
three kings
Whoa.
took a picture, and then they said something underneath the caption like, "Yo, we trying to
What?
change the
it,
temperament
What?
of Chicago."
it,
Yeah, go on Facebook
What?
in other words,
on
they
everything.
have a lot more.
What?
They have a lot more in common than they have differently.
Oh
So
my
when they all meet up,
God.
they have similar backgrounds. And their fathers went through similar things. So basically, why should we be enemies?
Oh my
Because we understand each other.
God.
Yeah.
The Three Kings sons? Oh
Yeah.
my
Fam, I
fucking
did
Yeah.
seen it on
God.
Facebook like about like 2, 3
Oh
hours.
my
Everybody
God.
sharing it on like all my friends because I only got like my friends, family members. Like I don't got it. I only got like a 132 people on my Facebook. Like I don't follow I don't got 1,000 followers, friends. I only got like 132 people who I fuck with. I fuck with like Dr. Tia Johnson. Like he's on my Facebook. I mean, I follow prominent people on my Facebook. You know what I
All
mean?
right,
Family and
get to the
friends.
story, nigga. We know you follow people. Get to the story.
My
Finish.
nigga. You already know the story is all the sons, Jeff Forrest's son,
Mhm.
Lavy Hoover's son, and but what's the other one? It's Lavy Hoover, Jeff Forward, and somebody else.
I've only
It's three,
heard
bro.
peace song members and folk members talk about it. So I don't know, but I do know that there's Three Kings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, three
In the
king
past.
sons, and
Yeah.
they all took a picture together. That's the
Oh yeah.
fact.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
yeah, yeah, because man, if you ever talk to cats like this, man, they're up there like this. The first thing they don't want is their kid to follow in the footsteps.
Real talk. Yeah, that's true.
You don't want your kids to follow in the footsteps.
But
So
the name carries. So then I
and
mean it's a legacy that you inherit. You always inherit your father's legacy,
you
no
do,
matter what.
you do. What I'm saying is, but those three guys, the fathers probably felt the same way. So when they meet up, guess what? They all have the same experience growing up. So why
Yeah.
should they be enemies? Because nobody understands them like they do.
Right. Wow. That is huge. That is wow. Wow. Oh my! If y'all know the level of beef and how deep the beef has been set
Yeah.
between those sets, oh my god, that
Yeah,
is fucking huge.
but the kids, but normally the kids supposed to be out the game. They ain't supposed to be back in the game
Right.
because you went through the game, so they don't have to. But
Yeah.
if they're gonna be in the game, then I guess they came back to change it.
Yeah. And you know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, shit.
The
Oh
world's
my
changing
god.
anyway. You got to change with it.
Yeah. Holy shit! I ain't gonna be able to sleep tonight. I'm gonna be doing some research, and I do not want to be doing no research tonight.
Yeah, yeah. Most times, man, the OG sons are square as a motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
9 times out of 10. Now, and make sure you beat them upside the head. No, you ain't following in these footsteps, man. You supposed to go take your ass to school and get the fuck out this game.
Yeah. But I mean, but the thing is, though, the area of their game is so wild that it makes sense that they would be compelled to, what I'm saying, of a show of solidarity like that. But that is
Mm-hmm.
fucking huge. Shout out, shout out to the Three Kings, the Sons, Three Kings. Wow, wow. Because I used to hear about them all the time in the military. Majority of the cats from the South that was
Mm-hmm.
in the military,
Yeah.
shit, folk. You know what I'm saying?
Yo,
Folk
fam,
connected.
I got it right here. I got it right here. I got it right here. It's Larry Hoover's son. Hold on, Larry Hoover's son. Little Larry, King David's son,
King David.
Big Percy, and Jeff Forrest's son. Percy Keeeta. This picture is powerful. It's time for hold on, let me click on it. It's time for us to unite as a people. For the thin is the power, the kingdom, and the glory, forever united under one nation. You know what I'm saying? So they all
Mm.
right here with their garments on, and it's right here, bro. I'm looking at it. I done went to Homegirl on Facebook page. So they all got their garments on, shorts, Muslim outfits, the Undertaker hats on, looking spiffy. Yo. They all looking spiffy. All three of the king's sons. Three kings, man. Our three kings. You know what I'm saying? Not all that the Bible, whatever, whatever. It is what it is on your belief systems. You know what I'm saying? But why we here on earth, as they say, and when you watch the Bronx Tale, you know what I'm saying? You got your kings up there. Well, we got our kings down here when you watch the Bronx Tale. So I just want to mute up on that note. You dig me?
All right. All right. Times are
No,
changing.
yeah,
Shit,
ain't
that
that
they
the
are.
truth?
That they are. Wow. I never thought I'd see no shit like that now, or even hear of anything like that occurring. I mean, that's
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised.
I'm grateful. I'm hella grateful because I mean this should put at least a 40% dent in that bullshit that's going on out there.
Yeah, if you can, yeah, that and if you get certain monies out of the system to keep this kind of violence flowing.
I mean, but the thing is, it has to be. Now the ill part with it is the really ill part with it is that it has to be something that is sustained.
Yeah.
So as it's sustained, I mean, the initial part of again, I think at least maybe 35 to 40% with this. Now with the sustaination and it permitted to grow, you could
It-
possibly.
it- yeah, you're gonna have to stop it because white folks ain't interested in stopping. They're actually interested in perpetuating it. So
Yeah, Yeah, so it's gonna we got to make sure that they're getting major support, just like chairman. You know, what I'm saying we got to treat we got to we got to treat this like we do chairman. I want everybody to understand when chairman presents itself and he gonna get a GoFundMe. We need to flood his GoFundMe and make him a millionaire within 2 hours, just like that Catch Me Outside bitch who went to
Mm-hmm.
OnlyFans. That bitch was a millionaire overnight.
That's a whole fact, like, and
Yeah.
and she colored her whole face up with that blonde screen. You know what I'm talking about? Nigga,
I
she
don't nah,
brown.
I don't know what
She
you're talking about.
brown.
I don't
She
know what you're
brown
talking.
now. Catch me outside chick. She brown.
Oh, she a whole Kardashian out this hoe, huh?
That's a
Yeah,
whole that's a whole figgity for that.
that, that's the global people of color, man. That's
Oh
that shit.
yeah, oh yeah. Look,
Yeah.
if for some reason, I, I don't know. That like if you look at any of any of the displays that they're doing, or what's considered an element of fashion or modeling or something like that, all these bitches look like some form of of a Kardashian.
Yeah, that's where the money is.
Why?
Because okay, and I just saw this. Somebody just sent me this, man. Because about in Korea now, one of the most stomped down authoritarian patriarchies on the planet, man. Them
Right.
chicks are wilding out and doing ratchet, you know, ratchet stripper culture in Korea. Korean women,
Okay.
yeah.
South Korea, right?
South Korea, yep.
Okay.
All
They
right,
show
the
you.
impact
They
of
show,
American influence.
it influence American influence, and I think Western culture, and also this post-industrial wave. Because you got to remember, South Korea is one of the most highly urbanized and highly technical countries on the planet.
Yeah.
And they've evolved that way over the last 60 years. You can see the change in the women. It's the men a little bit, but mostly the women have gone from being these quiet, meek little things to these, damn near ratchets, single mothers. Yeah,
Mm. Well, I mean, that's the end result when you put your
hmm
pussy on the chain wax shit.
yeah. When you change the environment, change the creatures, right?
Yeah. But how is it that they ain't understanding their sensitivity or their connectivity after all this time?
Nobody really don't. People understand that it happens. People don't know why it happens, and that's the
Right.
whole thing about the mouse utopia. People understand that it does happen. The thing is why they haven't figured it out yet.
Wait, what is there to figure out when all you got to do is observe?
Well, you can observe. The thing is, okay. Thing is, yeah, you can break up your big. You can take down your tech and move people in smaller towns. You can do that. Okay, that's the remedy. Okay, but thing is, what if you can't? What if that's not feasible?
Then it's a slow death.
And what's a slow death? The thing is, okay, it's just like any other process, right? If you understand it, then you can actually, keep what you have and still try to fix the problem. Fix
Hmm.
people from doing that. The thing is, they don't know why it happens, and it's more biological than it is mental. It's something in the biology that causes this people to go off the rails like this. So
Right.
yeah, that's what they
Oh,
found out. That's why they did with mice and rats and stuff like that. And they found out this is just what mammals do. But they
well,
they, they don't understand it.
okay. So with mammals,
Hmm
is it? I mean, is it? So that means that we are actually tied into a certain level of social connectivity and reality connectivity.
Yeah, yeah. Because your body's your body. Basically 90% of what you do is you have no access to. You don't know why you do that shit. Your body just does it, and you feel it, and you don't know why even know why you feel it. And that's
Right.
what's happening right now. You don't know why I feel this way. We control way more by our feelings than we actually think we are.
Well, I mean, that's one thing that makes me think that what we think of this reality
Hmm
is only really just the tip of the iceberg
Yeah.
because I think we limit it, and it's like, well, there's nothing within this reality that appears to be limitless if you look at it from an elemental perspective. If you look at it from a scientific perspective, it makes sense of why that which we don't understand occurs here.
hmm
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can understand. The thing is, you can understand the what because observing it is the what. Okay. The thing is, the process, the underlying process is the why, and what you don't know is the why. Like most times, you don't know why. Okay. You know the
Okay.
process because you observe it. Okay, you can
Right.
understand. Okay, that's the what. Okay, what? Why does it do that?
So understanding the why leads one ultimately to what?
In other words, if you understand the why, you can understand the process.
Right.
Then either, one, you can replicate it or you can alter it. Can't alter
Mm.
it until you understand the why.
Okay. So even if so if the state of it might be something detrimental for you
Right.
currently, you'll be able
hmm
to adjust it.
You can actually you're better at adjusting and fixing it if you understand
Right.
why something occurs.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Most.
Okay. Now, when that why is tied into throwing your pussy on the chain wax,
hmm
I think there must be an incentive of
Women, women, man, G, man, the fuck women don't know why they just
no, they don't know. But this is the ill part.
You said, hold on, what you said? You'll repeat that? You said throwing it on a chain wax?
Throwing
What
it
the
on,
fuck?
yo,
On the chain wax.
that's
Right.
that's what I have adopted as my phrase of them shooting that creative energy that's supposed to be connected to, what I'm saying, a motherfucker who they trust, love on the blah
Oh,
blah blah
okay.
blah blah,
Why you
to
building?
the community. The
hmm
chain wax is the community, if you will,
Oh, I like
or
that. I like that. I like that. Yo, I like how you put that thing together.
Well, they're supposed to under certain under conditions that they are in, and that's how you organize people. But I keep telling you, organizing people, people use the what. In other words, we observe this, and then they use that the what to organize people. Okay, well, we tried all these different
right,
ways to keep the negatives down. Okay,
right,
keep the negatives down, keep that negative nature down, and you try to socialize that into people. That's how you organize people. Thing is that, but is that who they really are? Okay,
exactly,
it's
right
not who
there.
it's not who they really are. They have to be socialized into doing things. Uh, I try to tell that about. You said, why do men want to get married? I said, because they've been taught that way over generations. This is what we're supposed to do.
Right,
It's not something that's natural. People keep telling me, well, that's just the way men are. And I said, no, they're not. I said, they're not naturally that way. They have to be,
That's
and
a fact.
they have to be taught and socialized and all this other kind of stuff to act in a certain way, to make human beings and human beings, human existence more efficient. That's what you do because you learned it over a hundred
right.
thousand years.
That's a fact. My mom was married to my dad for over 30 years.
hmm
My brother, he's still married to his wife. You know what I'm saying? My sister, you know what I'm saying? She about to get remarried. Her husband passed away though. You know what I'm saying? So she's a widow. You understand? And it's like, and we about to have a family function. You know what I mean? This coming Sunday. Yo, we about to do a fish fry, you know what I mean, on Friday. Then we gonna do Soul Food Sunday. And my aunt came up here from New Jersey. You know what I mean? And I didn't want to get married, yo, but I was with the mother of my kids for 18 years, you know what I'm saying?
hmm
But she was
Nigga, that's marriage. Fuck
virtual.
out of
She
here.
was a unicorn. She was a all none of these niggas never had a unicorn. I'm talking about a woman that was a virgin. Like my the
Wait,
kid,
wait, no. That's your unicorn.
yeah. Well, that's not my unicorn no more because we're not together no more. Like it used to be my unicorn,
No, nigga, your
but
unicorn is always
I
a
popped that
unicorn, son.
cherry though. I popped that cherry
What
cause
are you defining as a unicorn? Wait a
Yeah.
minute. Just wait.
a woman, a woman that haven't been tapped, nigga, my nigga. When I met her, nigga, she
They're
never
born.
had
They're
no
born every
sex with
day.
nobody else.
They're born every day.
That's a fact. But them niggas don't get them type of women's every day. Especially in these spaces. Come
Somebody
on
does.
now. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it real.
Somebody does. But
Niggas
thing is,
don't get no What's the percentage of these
Nigga,
niggas
I done
actually getting
hold
a
up. Hold
unicorn?
up, nigga. I'd have had a unicorn, nigga. I'd have found I
I
found my
know
unicorn.
you, but
But
I'm talking about in these
no,
spaces, like
but hold up,
very.
hear me out. This is what made her my unicorn though.
But did
I
you
had
marry her though? Or
fuck
have
no,
you been with her
no,
for a
no,
very
no,
long time?
no. You don't get to keep a
Alright.
unicorn, nigga. That's
You
what
you
makes your
supposed to
unicorn
keep
your
that
unicorn.
unicorn.
No, you can't keep a unicorn. That's what makes her a fucking
What?
unicorn.
Get the fuck out of
You don't
here.
keep
Yo,
you can't.
I find me my next unicorn, nigga. I'ma marry her ass, my
Boy,
nigga.
you
Probably.
ain't gonna be able to keep her, motherfucker. I'm telling you, you just prop yourself. Get ready.
I know it's
Unicorn,
over for me though, but I
unicorn
think
ain't
an
for keeping.
asshole
It's
woman
for
just like me.
unicorn ain't for keeping. It's for the cosmos saying, "Ha ha ha! I hear you in this
Oh,
regard."
okay. Yeah, that's fine.
But be more serious about the most serious shit. You don't get to keep your
Okay.
unicorn.
The most serious shit to me is like, okay, the most serious shit. I like that traditional type of woman though. The one who cooked the food, bring my plate. I go to her family functions. They still cook the food, serve her, man. Like that's I was raised around that all my life.
And get
Okay,
ready to
like when
lose
we
it.
have the dinner, when we
Get,
have this function, right? All the old men's gonna come through, or all the OGs gonna come through, and the ladies gonna serve us like kings.
get ready to
From
lose
the
it.
brokest motherfucker to the richest motherfucker, but the richest motherfucker gonna have the first dibs though.
Get
Whoever
ready
the
to
alpha
lose it.
male, like the alpha male of my family is my brother, so most likely he gonna get first dibs and everything. Then they gonna trickle down. Like he the alpha male of the family, so he get first dibs. Everybody gonna serve him first. He's like God over here. Like he's God.
And now we not talking about unicorns. Nigga, how do you be following your context? Cuz do you write?
No, I don't write that down. Yo, I be
What?
freestyling. I ain't
He
No,
gonna
does.
front. I
cuz
be
We can
freestyling.
tell. We can
dude,
tell.
I be
you got
freestyling. I've been freestyling for like 20, 30 years,
Ah,
yeah,
yeah,
cuz.
that's who you are.
you got to stop that, bro. You got to write. You have
BGS
to
know who the
write.
fuck I am, yo. I just changed my name over time, but
You
he
got to
know who I
write,
am, yo.
dog.
He called me a nigga.
Yeah.
I know I'm a nigga.
Hmm.
But you want to be a nigga that
Me
writes,
and
cuz.
BGS been had personal conversations way before all of this other shit, like real shit.
James, get a
Sometimes I
tomorrow.
get
I
off
want you to
track.
get
I
a
do get off
composition
track, but
book.
I'm just telling you
James,
about
James,
my habitat.
James. I
What?
need you to get a composition book and a pilot or a Saragossa pen. Mañana.
Maybe I get one. Depends. Maybe.
Cuz.
Maybe, yo.
Go
I'm the
get it. Go
goat, man.
get it.
I'm the goat of these spaces, bro. I'm a goat.
Organize the thoughts, man. That's what we're trying to tell
Yes,
you.
Oh,
please,
okay. I'm gonna
bro. Please.
organize my thoughts.
In
Yeah,
other,
I'm
in
gonna do
other
that.
words, they're more effective if you organize them. Freestyling, they're floating off into the ether. Okay.
Yeah, you
Oh,
don't.
that's a fact. That's a fact.
You
That's a
gotta
fact.
understand, cause
You got to remember, Rogus was you, man. So you got to remember
I
that.
look, bro. I identify when I
No,
channel.
Rogus. Yeah, Rogus. No,
No, no, Rogus was
hold
you.
on. What? He was what?
Rogus was just like you. That's why he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Rogus like that.
Nah, I'm
He's
not.
still that.
Hold
He's
on,
still
man.
that
He
way.
wasn't me. I was here before him.
No, no. In
No,
other
no,
words,
no.
The fuck are you saying?
in other
There's a
words,
reason why
he
I'm telling you to write.
I was here in
no,
2016,
that's not what we're talking about.
15.
That's not what we're talking about. In other words, what he's saying is he used to freestyle just like you, right?
Yeah.
And he had to
Oh,
learn how to organize his thoughts. That's what he's trying to tell you.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
You gotta
let
write.
me tell y'all something. Much of what I do is freestyle. I don't know if y'all can
Nigga, you need to
tell.
write too, then, motherfucker. For all y'all
What's wrong
motherfuckers
with
need to be
freestyling
writing.
though, nigga? That's
I
hip
mean,
Ain't no,
hop.
if
but
you
The
Rogish,
no no
fuck?
Rogish,
go ahead.
listen up though. Listen up though. I do sometimes write it down, especially when I do the news reports,
Right.
because when I go back and listen, it sounds kind of jumbled.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like for the most part, when I go off on the like when I do these little rants, like in
Hmm.
these broadcasts, for the most part, I do freestyle.
Hmm.
Right.
You can do that. But the thing is, I used to do that with my morning talks, man. I did go about hour and a half, man. But the thing is, how can you freestyle it but connect your points? Okay.
Yeah.
You can freestyle and still connect your points when you if you're doing a ramble, because I used to be famous for my morning talk rambles, right? But the thing is, I would always make sure that the points are connected. You can
I
do
mean,
that, but the thing is, what he's trying to say is more effective if you can still freestyle. The best rappers freestyle, but the thing is, the reason they write. So when
scaffolding.
as they're flowing,
Yeah.
okay, as they're flowing, they can actually make one connection to the next. It's not just
Yeah.
jumbled and all over the place.
It's a scaffolding.
Yeah,
So you're flowing around something that you're developing.
yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole Coliseum is freestyle, man.
Yeah.
If you go back and listen to my 8 hour Coliseums, that's all freestyle. Whatever comes up. But how do you connect one subject to the next?
Yeah.
It's all
But I do,
freestyle.
But I do get what Rogish is saying. It
Mhm.
does help a lot to write some of this stuff down.
I'm gonna write
So
it.
so
Yeah,
so
that
so
will
you
art.
so you won't lose yourself.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
lost
You
myself a lot. Ask Art. Art always told me that. Shouts out to Art New Style. He always told me to write it down. But half of the Men of Spirit, the Coliseum was freestyle.
Yeah,
It
nigga,
was
the
like
yeah,
shit that's
it
in
was
your
yeah,
God.
head
It was
ain't
yeah.
God
designed to
sent.
stay in your
It was
head. It
God
ain't
sent.
Yeah,
kills. It is not
but it's
designed to stay in your head, cuz your head is
And
designed to
I
produce the
remember
thoughts.
some
but
of it
James,
though from the
but James,
Coliseum days,
but James,
right?
what I always do, what I always connect it to a
Oh
flow.
yeah, yeah. You dead.
So in other words, if it didn't fit the flow of the conversation, I would nix it. Okay, put something in that flows with the conversation. If it flowed, I let it go. If it didn't, I nixed it.
Yeah.
It had to flow from one point to the next. It had to be a natural occurrence. So even though it was freestyle, but it was also controlled freestyle.
And the thing is when you write, you the way that you can formulate what it is that you're trying to say, not only to others, but to yourself, so that you can flow with it as you present it,
Hmm.
because you've come to know it how you best come to know it. The whole thing is understanding how one learns,
Hmm.
learning and how you learn, and how you can teach yourself, because we're all autodidacts.
Hmm.
All black people are autodidacts, shit. In some regard.
All
So
right.
there's a way that we can learn from ourselves, but we
Hmm.
need to be able to identify how that is
That's a
occurring.
fact. I wish I wrote some of this shit down. You ain't lying. Some of the shit I said on these platforms, I mean, I wish I wrote all that shit down.
But
Word.
I will say this. I will say this. If you are passionate about the topic that you're speaking on,
Hmm.
it makes it much easier if you decide to freestyle it
Facts.
because you've gone over it over and over it in your head to the
Yep.
point where it sounds organized.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah. One last thing, and then we damn near 4 hours. Remember last night, Rogish, that I said something about maybe rebranding, changing the name of this channel.
Yes. I remember.
And did you agree or disagree what you're trying to say by naming it, by keeping the name of Black Men? It gives me branding on a world scale. That's what you're
Yeah.
trying to say.
Yeah, it's universal, because if unless you're in, well, not even unless, because different, in the class level of it, cats could partake. Those who are in nations that are that are primarily black, right? But the larger area of the world where you have those of color who resonate with the black experience in that regard of being a so-called colored person. Feel me? So black men being brutally honest, I think what it is, it puts a cultural stamp. It's put our cultural stamp on the element of blackness and what it means to be brutally honest within it from a cultural perspective. Because what I'm saying, it's I don't know. I think it's definitely global.
Yeah,
And
but it needs to be easier to say though.
well, I mean,
Compress it a little bit. Yeah, compress
eh,
it. The same meaning, but compress it a little bit. Like
black man
bru-
being
bru-
brutally honest.
no,
What
no,
is that?
brutally honest black men. Shorten it up where it's easier to say. It actually rolls off the tongue a little better.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
same
Okay.
same thing, but the
You
thing
know
is,
what? Yeah.
the
Three,
it,
three,
the
three
thing,
words. Three
yeah,
Yeah.
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 In
That's
other words, you
true.
compress it. Okay, a
That's true.
little bit. Yeah. And I'm not saying, how do you keep the same essence, same
Yeah.
meaning, but make it easier to say?
That's
Okay.
true. You
Yeah.
showing it up, brutally
Yeah.
honest black man.
Brutally honest black man or
Yeah.
brutally honest black man. Whatever you want to. The thing is,
Right.
compress it a little bit, shorten it up so it kind of rolls off the tongue.
Brutally honest black calf.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm saying, when it's saying, which is the same thing, but the thing is less wordy.
Right.
It's wordy. Yeah, I
Less
mean,
word. Yo, I'm a verbose motherfucker, cuz. So less word is always better. Better,
Or or
bro. I'm
or,
learning.
or a brutally honest black man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get your LLC, trademark it,
Yeah.
do
Yeah.
what you do.
Yeah.
Know what I'm saying? It don't even cost that much because I do have a second channel, know what I mean? And it's called Slick Talk. And I actually went downtown and pay for it. I got 3 channels. I lost my other channel because I lost my phone. You know what I'm saying? My second channel is the one that I'm trying to change it up, like how y'all say, write the stuff down, do all that. So I'm gonna do that for my second channel. You know what I mean?
You know what?
Really
That's
have a presentation.
that
You
seems
know what
to
I'm
be in the
saying?
air because I was actually thinking about that for like the last 3 weeks, as far as like revamping my channel because I
Got
I,
to.
I
You gotta
did want
recreate
to
yourself.
I did not necessarily recreate myself. Make sure that I'm placing myself where my niche it attempts to, it look like it's
I
showing me,
like
right?
that. I like that word.
Yeah. So I mean, I was my initial plans was to do something for the sake of critical thinking with young black men. But as far as where they are, well, young black boys. Well, as far as where they are, as what it is that captivates them, you're not going to outdo any of the social media, whatever,
You
right?
got to have an entertainment component if you're gonna be on
Yeah, yeah. You got to
there.
have an entertainment
Kev
component.
can tell you that. Got to be some. There has to be some component of entertainment to attract eyeballs.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, oh yeah. You can't just be a stiff. Like, when these guys. No, for real. It's like
There's
when
a
these
lot of
guys,
steps in these spaces. A lot of
like
steps.
when these guys,
Pause.
when these guys say stuff like, well, we can't afford to be entertaining. I'm more along the lines of, well, fuck you, because I mean, no, like nobody. I know I'm quoting Transformers the movie when I say this. Nobody will follow an uncharismatic boar.
That's
No
true.
one.
No, they
No
won't.
one.
No,
That's not gonna happen.
right,
no.
right. And so the and the charisma that I see most of them is aligning themselves with is on the NBA young boy side of the game, and it's like, well, nah, ain't nobody finna.
It's yeah. That is But if you ever been on the freeway, man, and people slow down, you always know so it's an accident, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
People love train wrecks. Okay,
exactly, exactly.
especially women.
Especially women. So my thing is like I don't do well with that energy. So it's like, all right, I'm a unfortunately, charge it to the game with that one. Um, and I was thinking about what I was doing in my profession prior to becoming, manager of this restaurant and all that. Wellness, right? It
Hmm.
was largely rehab therapy.
Hmm.
So maybe, what I'm saying, maybe a form of roguish therapy as I perform therapy on myself, which is what I do through, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
the disciplines that I put on what it is that I break down and possibly bring others along for the ride, what I'm saying, of
Which
a
which is which
therapeutic
which which
experience.
which is a whole different niche and a whole different clientele and
Right.
stuff like that. So you probably should get together with Chef Mike, who's down in the Virgin Islands, who cooks and cooks along that order, and link up with people like that,
Yeah.
and which is not which can be associated with Black Management, but the thing is, it's not part of the Black Management. That's not the same mission.
Right.
So what you're trying to do, if that's the case, you're trying to do something with a different mission altogether. And
I,
and slightly different group of people.
I mean, eh, eh,
Yeah, because it's broad. It's more of a broader,
it's
uh,
definitely gonna be more broad. Is that
broad,
it
broad,
has to be more broad
and
because the
yeah,
whole
go ahead.
black aspect that I'm look,
Hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm having to dissolve myself of that because from what in the black pill of it, what Nameless presented about a month ago,
Okay.
and he said that black is going to pretty much be absorbed within into people of color.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Which I fucking hate.
yeah,
But that's but okay. That if people hate it, you can hate it all you want, but that is a normal process. Yeah,
yeah. It's an admixture, man.
all groups of people have gone through that. You can't show me one large civilization or society that has not gone through it. Even Europe, they all those different groups of peoples had to be blended into one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Even what
I
we
get
call
that.
white is a blend. Go ahead.
Yep.
I get that. I get that. But it seems as if we buy more into this people of color label,
Hmm.
that is going to put us back at the bottom. It's going to put us back at the back of the bus,
Uh,
and it's going to give everybody an excuse to move everybody else forward who don't exactly like us.
But
We
it's
uh,
going to
lose our
become a
identity.
thing.
the whole thing is you're going to lose your identity. So
Yeah,
even
you're gonna lose it anyway.
and
So
that's the
even if we
problem.
don't even if we don't buy into it,
Yeah,
that is the inevitability
you're going to lose your identity.
of the potential
Yeah,
peculiarity of the admixture that we're gonna go through.
yeah, it's an admixture, and plus even so-called white people right now are blending into what they call a people of color. It's
Yeah.
slow. It's slower because they're trying to resist it. But the thing is, in fact, I was just looking at a book. I got to go back and actually I have to review the book. When they talk about Europe won't be Europe anymore. And they said 40 years Europe will not be white.
Hey, what are you saying there, sir?
Hmm
You mean
He
we
would.
won't be
This is it,
white?
it was a white guy saying it. It said it won't be white. And they're going through the same admixture, so they're going to lose their identity too because they don't have.
Yeah.
They, basically, it is already happening because what we call white people or white people don't have any place else to pull from. They've
Right.
run out. They're running out. They're literally running out of white people.
Mm.
And it's because they're being admixed in with the dominant global groups.
And the way
So
that they
it
set
happens to
up their
everybody.
market is what is the catalyst of all of it. You greedy
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, everything ebbs and flows.
Yeah.
Which is something I was trying to tell DC. It's a cycle, and
Hmm.
and me being a Gnostic, we study cycles. Okay, we're macro by definition. We're macro people.
Mm.
So each individual means something in the individual basis. But the thing is, when you look at the overall scheme of thing, 100 years, 20 years is nothing.
It's such a short time, man. It's such
Mm-hmm.
a fucking short time.
Sure.
People think that's a long time.
Like a long time, yeah. And so people think I hate black folks and I don't want to be black. I say I would love to be what we call black,
Yeah.
okay. And what we call black is not the dominant. It's just a very small group. If you talk about uh, black folks, okay, African descendants, right?
Hmm.
You got 1.5 billion. Well, here you have 2 billion African or we'll call dark African folks on the planet, right? And we're just a small, tiny percentage of those.
Hmm.
And so what happens? We're going to have to blend into something. So this unique thing we called African American or ADOS or Negro, which is the proper term, okay?
Hmm.
Negro is a very abstract, small niche group.
It's so abstract,
It's
but
so
that's the
abstract. We don't. The thing is, because we live in an empire, we've been so influential. We think that we're bigger than we are, and we're not.
right,
Yeah,
right.
and basically, it's always been the plan to mix us in, and it would have happened a long time ago. Except white people were trying to stay white. If that hasn't happened, we'd have been mixed in a long time ago.
That makes sense
Yeah.
because if you think about it, with I mean, okay, black men. Okay, we're 6% of this population,
Yes,
but the impact that we have, and I'm only saying 6% because that's what that's the numbers that are presented.
it's pretty close.
Yeah,
It's pretty
okay,
close. Yeah.
okay, but I mean, why would they give us our actual numbers? That don't really make sense. You know what I'm saying? They don't really-
Uh,
that would actually be beneficial of our awareness of it. You know what I mean?
they don't even have their numbers now. So when I look at it, we're pretty close. Okay.
Well, that dearth got to be on their head. Why,
They
okay,
knew
let me ask
they've
you
been doing
something, BJ.
something.
Why ain't they been honest about that?
About
The
they've
dearth.
been honest about it. Thing is, it's just not widely read. They've been talking about this since the '60s. Okay, it's
Yeah.
not widely read, and they have they don't know what to do about it. So they have two choices: either you close it off like Japan and start losing, slowly but surely losing your culture to where you die out,
Right.
or you import people. If you import people, your culture stays alive, but you're going to lose what you call
Your
the
identity
so-called
of it. Yeah.
your social, racial, or your
Yeah.
ethnic identity is going to get blended in with something else. So
Right.
which do you choose? And they have Europe's already made the choice to actually blend people in. So they rather their culture survive than what we call the ethnicity that we call European or white.
Right.
And then basically they've almost made the same deal with the Latinos, right? Even though Latinos are already
Hmm.
mixed, okay, we're going to die out if we don't do something, okay, because our white women are not reproducing enough, and basically we need more admixture, so they have to if they want their culture to survive. So
So so
they're
so
between a
so
rock
so
and a
my
hard place.
prediction of
Hmm
white supremacy, of the future of white supremacy being colored, was an accurate prediction.
Yeah, okay, this is something that I wish I could find it. I'm gonna ask him and see if he still has it. He did it. My partner did a speech in London back in 2007. So it was called and Harriet Tubman said, "Run." In other words,
Mm.
we're talking about the eventual collapse of white supremacy because we were
Mm-hmm.
actually looking at it back in 2007. In fact, uh, in fact, now it's starting to make the rounds because which I get a lot of pushback about that, from certain circles. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
because this myth or this religion we call white supremacy, even some of us don't want to let it go
I
because
mean,
we've held on to it for so long.
but wait a
Yeah,
minute.
it's
This is the issue. There was always glitches in it. Go ahead, Kev.
Oh, there's the glitches and everything. Go ahead, Kev.
no, like what I was saying was, when you said that whole some of us want to hold on to white supremacy, that rings very true.
Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, look at the reaction every time we get up here and start telling the truth.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
that that's kind of the mental fix of white supremacy to believe that we are inferior and we should be quiet about the shit. So
Or that white supremacy is this evil devil boogeyman that's inhuman, right? Because we've looked at it that way for so long, and we
yeah,
didn't realize when you actually realize that they have to put their pants on one leg at a time, just like you, and they just happen to be, whether it's circumstance, luck, provision, cycles, whatever it is, they just happen to be in the spot, but they won't be in the spot forever.
If
In
the fear
fact,
campaign was effective, though, at what
uh,
point do we not declare it to be permanent?
there's no such thing as permanent. You know, I mean, when you say permanent, you got to put a timeline on it. Okay,
Mm.
how long is permanent? There's no such there's no such thing in the universe as permanent.
That's
Everything
true.
moves.
Could
Yeah,
change this concept.
everything moves, and
Yeah.
basically, um, and that's why I don't even talk about it because white people and black people don't like it. Even my stop down hardcore nationalists. Okay,
Hmm.
well, man, white supremacy is going to be here for another 1,000 years. No, it
Yep.
won't. I
Yep.
hear that all the time. There's no one.
nah,
Marimba, Dr. Marimba Ani was the only, and my bad, Dr. Marimba Ani and Dr. Amos
Amos
Wilson.
Wilson. Yeah.
Yes, sir. They were the only ones who I ever encountered that thought beyond white supremacy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And because Amos Wilson would project in the future, he would say black writers need to be writing science fiction
Mm-hmm.
because in science fiction you're always projecting in the future, hundreds of years, perhaps maybe thousands of years, creating a mentality that that you know what I'm saying that prompts you to see ahead and to see.
What do you think Planet of the Apes was about?
Yeah, yeah.
In the white supremacy, right?
Wait. Planet the
Planet,
original one or
yeah,
the
but yeah,
other one?
the original one, yes, the in the white
Okay,
supremacy, where white people were actually the savages.
yeah,
Go back
they
and
were.
look
okay.
at it.
I gotta go back and watch the original.
Yeah, go back and look at the original. Original, the white people are actually the savages. Yeah, when he went into the future, yeah.
Damn dirty ape.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There was the eight. They couldn't put black. They couldn't back. Why you think it was during the civil rights, man? And when Planet of the Apes actually came out in 69, I did think 69 or 70, something like that, at the height of civil rights.
Just like the X-Men and shit. So this is the thing. How can black people see their symbolism in all this creativity of others and not have a chip on their shoulder? Over here, a Nigerian-esque, Jamaican-esque chip on our shoulder. Why the fuck?
Because you've been socialized not to.
That's it?
You've been go study the Dalits or the Untouchables in India. They've been socialized to accept their place.
That's why them Hindus come over here with their nose in the air and ghosting a motherfucker.
Yeah. That's what it is. Even here, there's problems because when they come here, even though they've been educated, they try to keep that caste system going even here, even though this kind of the environment doesn't support it.
Yeah.
But they stay in those enclaves and take that treatment because they've been socialized to take that treatment. It's really that's one thing I wanted to do when I came here because I saw it. I said, let me just start little by little showing people where this stuff comes from, okay, and how it's put together, and how it's not it's a construct instead of a reality, okay. All this stuff that we see with our women, that's like women don't like because I showed that it's a construct. Okay, you're here because you've been trained to. The thing is, you can untrain yourself if you wish to, and a lot of women don't wish to. You know, they want to. Uh, they've been socialized a certain way, and they want to keep it. So
Mm.
I get that a lot. Even now, to little girls that are 6 years old, speaking the same way that their grandma spoke or their great grandma spoke in the 1940s. Very similar.
I mean, so to me, that makes it a wrap.
It is, and it is, and this is the problem I get about about this kind of stuff because,
Yeah.
and I'm getting tired. In fact, I'm going to respond to that BS because I'm getting tired of these imbeciles, man. I've been very clear about why about this freaking table and why I want it because how do you unbrainwash people? Okay,
Yeesh.
black men have to hear their women say the truth, and if they don't, I don't care how many times you show it to them, how many times you explain it to them, there's always hope. I can always do this because I've seen this. I've seen it. I said, okay, man. And I believe if we can do this, that, or third, or this, that, or third, Obsidian does the same thing. If we can earn $100,000 a year and we can take over and run businesses, and these women will actually change and be whatever it is that, blah blah blah,
What are
which is
they
not true.
measuring by though, for them not to be able to receive an accurate observation of what it is they're measuring?
They're measuring hopes. That there's nothing to any of that that's true. Okay, there's
Right.
nothing to any of that is true. Okay, because they think it by this where the John Henry shit comes in, right?
Mm.
If by the force of my effort, I can actually black men, if we just come together, we can actually fight white supremacy, overcome this, and force
Wait,
your women into a
wait.
certain pattern.
Come together. I've heard come together so
So
many
so many
fucking
times, yeah,
times.
yeah,
Come together.
yeah.
Black people come together, but they don't have. They don't. They usually don't have a fucking
They don't.
any idea of what come together
Yeah,
is. It's
mean,
just
yeah,
we need to
Man,
come together.
yeah. If we just
yeah,
come together,
I do get sort of tired of hearing this
yeah,
drivel come out of these dudes, and then there's no clear direction whatsoever, or
Yeah.
even a starting point,
yeah,
and
Yeah.
then they get mad at us for not implementing.
yeah.
I'm like, man, if you don't
How you
shut your
implement
stupid
without a
ass,
plan? Wait a minute. What the
like you
fuck
shut
is
your,
the plan of what we?
they want us to come up with it.
Yeah, they do. They want. Yeah, we need help. Help to do what?
Mm.
Well, we don't know that. I said, what? I said, how? Yeah, I said, how am I going to convince people if you can't convince me first?
That part right there.
Yeah. I said, how am I going to sell a plan when I don't believe in the plan that you're trying to sell?
That's why I tell people about their religion when they tell me about religion. It's like, look, I want to see your God doing more for you before I join.
Wh- wh-
That's it.
what kind of benefit is your religion going to give me?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, what kind of benefits? I mean, if you look at Christianity for what it is, you break it down its principles. Okay, there's a bunch of things in Christianity that will help you in your life if you use it properly. The
Right.
thing is, but most people don't teach it. So how
Right.
come you don't teach the stuff that's actually beneficial?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's plenty of stuff there. The trust and believe the Masons teach it all day long. They break down the Bible to a fraction. Okay,
Right.
that's how far they break it down. The thing is, most people don't teach it that way.
Yeah, look at Toya talking about the playing this black girl magic.
Black women, black women.
And Black Girl Magic funded by a white female feminist. Okay,
Mm.
see where you get your money from, baby. Who you get your spot from,
Ooh.
and what happens when Becky decides she's tired of you.
I'm honest, and all my hoes is honest.
That was funny as hell. That's my mother's favorite movie.
Oh man,
Hey Roger, you need to do Harlem Nights, nigga.
Oh
One day
man,
movie.
that is hilarious. Even down to the point about the orange juice, man. That is the gynocracy.
Well,
man.
swallow it and shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. They're going back and forth like that, like the Klingon love. But thing is,
Yeah.
they love you to death. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if, when you try to apologize to her, you better get your little sorry ass on out of here. In other words, and then start crying because that little boy, she loved that little boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, love him to
So,
death.
so, so the men that black people have been pretty much developing it as an inversion of ourselves.
We had man, every dating coach, because my mentor, man, she been doing this shit for 40 years, trying to help black women, right,
Hmm.
understand them stuff. She says the exact same thing. Said the whole black community is upside down.
Yeah.
And that's why I pointed
Dr.
it out.
Amos Wilson used to say that too.
Yeah, it's upside down. You look at the stats. Every stat between black men and women is upside down. It does not make sense compared to the rest of the world. And black women want black men to conform and be like every other man on the planet. But the thing is, how you gonna do that in upside down culture?
You
You
can't.
cannot be in
You
charge
can't.
if you and your man be in charge. Those two things don't exist. But
Right.
they think they can find a way where they can still be in charge and still run a community, and their man can dominate. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't. So you have to decide, what do you want? And I have to tell black men, what do you want?
Right.
So I'm not going to tell you what to want or what not to want. My thing is to point out what's possible. If you're going to do this, if you want to stay in a gynocracy and serve, more power to you.
Mm.
I can't tell you how to live your life. The thing is, don't complain about the outcome of the gynocracy. And my thing for the black women, I said, at least if you're going to run it, take responsibility for it and try to make it fair enough for everybody. So your
Mm.
boys should not be at the freaking bottom, just so you can be in charge. Okay, it shouldn't be. There's no, if you're serious about making the black community better and you're running it and you're getting the money from it, make your community better, because at the end of the day, them boys are still your children.
Right.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Okay.
At the end of the
absolutely.
day.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, man, I'm gonna put my soapbox up. Okay, since I'm the bad guy, am I the bad guy or the good guy to be hated? Or
Man,
what am I, Kev? Because I can't figure this shit out.
man, you leading them down the wrong path, man. You know
Okay,
they gonna be driving off cliffs because they gonna listen to you, and it's just all kinds of bullshit,
You're
man.
gloom.
So,
You hold up. You're gloom and doom. What that chick say? You're all gloom and doom,
oh, you're
BGS.
talking about May? You're talking about May?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
that that what she say?
Yeah, I'm gloom and doom. Okay. Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah, that's what she's. In other words, I make you feel bad because I'm pointing out stuff that's wrong.
That's the ill part, though. So when you can't point out reality,
Hmm.
look. I used to battle with people as far as pointing out reality when I was younger.
Hmm.
I don't do this shit at this age. Fuck all that. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? As far as I'm concerned, it ain't that. You just watch it burn. You get the understanding that folks don't mind operating in the capacity that's going to eventually lead to a fucking inferno.
Yeah, yeah. I used to be called Dr. Doom because I was trying to warn people about this cycle, man, about this
Yeah.
the economic cycle before 2007, 2008. I was trying to warn people, hey, man, you know,
But
uh,
you don't know how to read them bones. Get the fuck
mhm,
out
yeah,
of here.
yeah, yeah. I'm saying it, make your money, but man, have your parachute on the side just in case.
Oh
Right.
yeah.
But see,
Beware.
but see,
Don't go 100% into this, man. Beware,
but
because
but
trust and
what?
believe, the people at the top, man, they are sitting right next to the exit sign with their parachute in their lap just in case.
But what do people think numbers are, BGS?
Yeah,
What they think? What do they think numbers are?
yeah.
Because the pattern that you see, you're able to identify numbers.
Hmm.
And so, okay, well, what are people thinking that numbers are? Because math was never my strong suit at all.
Hmm.
But understanding mathematics is different.
How my spiritual teacher told to me, rhythmic unfolding of reality. That's what numbers are.
Well put.
That's what it says. It's a
Well
rhythm.
put.
It's a cycle.
Yeah.
Numbers are a rhythm, and they unfold, in sequence. So that's what math is. In a sense, it's a description of reality. It's not
That makes
reality
sense.
itself.
That makes sense.
Hmm. Rhythmic
Unfolding.
unfolding of reality. Yeah.
Rhythmic
Hmm.
unfolding of reality. That's a
Hmm.
T-shirt.
So
Hmm.
so so what's this key to the universe BS that they
Key
say
to the
math?
key to the universe. Oh, the key to
You ain't shit, Cal.
in other words, math is a key, but it's not the door.
Mm.
Okay, yeah.
Math is the key to understanding the universe. It's not the universe itself. Which is number. What keys to the universe is number stuff like what is just it goes into a whole different realm. I'm not even going to even speak on that because that's
God
down to
damn.
another little hole. But there's a book called the Book of Number, Keys to the Universe, right? 2
Okay.
volumes if you want to read it. Okay.
Wait. So if numbers are the key,
Yeah.
then that would make the door perception.
Your perception of reality or whatever it is that you want to
Right,
describe it as. Yeah.
right. And then once one walked through the door,
Yeah.
that would make acceptance.
Or exception or knowing,
Right,
which is not gnosis, knowing.
right,
Yeah. In other words, you're not guessing or hinting. You know it. You know, what I mean,
right,
you not only know it mentally, but physically and spiritually. You know it.
right,
That's knowing. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. Which is something I'm trying to bring a little bit into that, and not everything, because I'm not I'm not my teacher. He was actually expert at this stuff, so I'm trying to bring some of these keys so you can actually unlock some of your knowing and explore. So
Right.
that's what I'm trying to do. Anyway, that's what I originally came here to do. But thing is, you got when you get here, like anything else, just like a president. Okay, you have a plan what you're going to do, and you get into the office and they put a
The
big pile
people
of
need
papers
something
on.
different.
They need something different, right? So and Kev knows that. I'm sure Kev ever didn't plan when he first came here to YouTube, right? That I'm going to do this, that, and the third. And when you get here, okay, the needs of the people actually outweigh whatever you intentionally originally wanted to do.
Yeah, yeah,
So you
yeah.
work
Cause
out
like, you like, let me tell you something. My original plan was so shallow, it was ridiculous.
of that.
I'm just saying, I'm just gonna mess with Simpson feminists
Mm-hmm.
and make jokes and shit like that. But it turned it completely into something else,
Yeah.
and it's something that I don't regret because just by being up here, I've learned so much from so many, and
Mm-hmm.
I cherish that experience, and it makes me want to deliver messages with more intelligence and more tact,
Yeah.
stuff, shit like that. And I got to tell you, I believe that I'm better because of it. You
No,
know.
I hope so. I hope so. I know. When I went through the process, I became, better. I'm still getting better. Even
Yeah.
when I
Facts.
get feedback from y'all, man, I get better every day, and I learn from everybody that I encounter, or at least I try to.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
Even
like,
even even Roger, the hardest working person on YouTube.
yeah,
Who
yeah,
don't got his
shit.
own algorithm
I'm for
showing up
real,
every
man.
fucking day?
Roger is a hard working motherfucker, man.
God
God
damn.
damn, Roger.
Motherfucker just on schedule with the shit. And like, and then is not only what he does on YouTube, is what he does outside of
Yeah, yeah,
YouTube.
he works hard. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So everything that he getting on this platform, he's earned every bit of it. And I
Please
want people
believe.
to know that. There's a lot of lazy motherfuckers on this platform, and Roger is definitely not one of them.
No, 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 no. That's why I respect Roger's grind. That's what Roger got me to respect you guys, man. Because I saw how dedicated and how hard you guys actually work. I said I have to respect the grind. Okay.
Bro, the
Yeah.
habitual line steppers, I about maybe 8 months ago,
Hmm.
I wanted to do a show calling the habitual line steppers and for accountability of showing folks how to arrive as, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
a group, what I'm saying? Because everybody's in the habitual line steppers, they know some element of siblinghood, of, for lack of a better term, to understand how to rock with one another. And if they are, I mean, they arrived as a group, not just an individual person. A whole a whole fucking group came in. So I'm like, all right, then how y'all, what I'm saying, stay a group, and then, what I'm saying, because within the space, it seems like there's a lot of hate, a lot of unnecessary motherfucking hate.
Hmm.
So it's like, all right, well, let's just look at it as frictions before we get to the hate part, right? Before I declare the shit as being hate, let's look at it as being frictions. And okay, you have these people who arrived as a group. Okay, I'm gonna assume that not everything was cool with them right off the bat.
Hmm.
How did they work through that to become a group of at least, what I'm saying, six different channels, and maintain themselves as that and present themselves to another so-called group? Because I'm pretty sure when the habitual line steppers first brought themselves to the Black Manosphere, they looked at the Black Manosphere as being, what I'm saying, an aggregate. Shout out to Nameless. You
Hmm.
know what I mean?
Hmm.
But y'all arrived as a group, and it looks like that within the Black Manosphere, there's it seems like there's some type of friction when it comes to that particular endeavor.
Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. One thing that I would say worked is nobody tried to soar above the other. We didn't One didn't consider the other the leader. We kind of just did this thing side by side. So that right, even though there might be a leader amongst us, we never looked at it that way, and
Right.
it kept the tension down. Another thing is that we respected each other's differences. Like, we don't have to adopt each other's philosophies because, but believe it or not, some of the things that a couple of the others they do sound a little far fetched, especially when it comes, and it's not just a gender thing, Some Sister Jordan said some things that I don't agree with,
Hmm.
but I can respect those differences. I don't expect her to fall in line. Like I don't expect Roger to fall in line with everything I say, and I know they don't expect me to fall in line with everything they say, and
Right.
that's what makes it cool. We don't fall out because of petty shit. But there's so much more to the dynamic. Maybe we'll all get together one day and actually explain it, on a broadcast, which I feel like needs to happen at some point. But till that day, we'll just keep rocking the way we do. You
Hmm.
know, and I do understand and appreciate the image that we have presented because it's like there have been a few cliques that have been in this space that have just fallen to fucking pieces.
Right.
You know,
Yeah, that's
and
true.
yeah, and I understand why some of that happens, but it like I said, it's for me to explain at a later date. But I do appreciate. I mean, we do appreciate the respect.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Hey, yo, I'm finna mash out, man. We
Yeah.
getting up
Yeah,
here.
yeah,
I
it's
just got
about
off
time for
work.
me to. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
about
that's
time
fine.
for me to bring this one to an end. It's been almost 4.5 hours.
Yep.
So,
Already.
All right,
but
folks.
all right. So thank you guys for coming through once
Peace,
again and
peace.
sharing your points of view and your knowledge with me. So I much appreciated. So,
All right. All right, y'all.
all
Peace
righty,
out.
all righty, all righty. Yep, that was BGS Roguish. Thank you to James Kills, even though it got a little weird with him. And thanks to anybody that comes up. Back to the topic as a um uh, final word I would say is about the topic itself, the curse of the good guy in the communitah. I would actually believe in, I don't know if people listening would agree or not, is actually very difficult to be a good guy in the current climate, and it has to be pulled off with uh, uh, an amount of precision that is unprecedented. And it takes a special few to be able to pull this shit off. The way that a good guy would pull it off, and most aren't brave enough to do that. I would have to say, it, that you know that's what we face and it's because of things such as peer pressure and the societal viewpoint of what a black man is instead of what a black man feels that he should be or what we should be as a people in order to be more functional, you know so that's pretty much it. That's how I see it. And my thing is always to encourage strength to hold on to your character as far as you being a black man and a black person, because I know there are some women that have a you know tendency to listen from the clouds as well. So don't think this is a gender exclusive thing, but my message that I do push is basically for the black man. So don't ever make that mistake that I'm just gonna be on some gynocentric stuff when I say this shit. But there's nothing wrong with being a good guy at all. Is never going to be anything wrong with that. And I'm gonna tell you guys that I'm gonna tell you guys this, and then I'm just gonna wrap it up. Is it's a lot easier to be a piece of shit. Seriously, a lot easier. It's a lot lazier, and people falling into the status quo is something that is that does come from a weak place. So, let's let's give it up for some strength, stuff, shit like that. And understand this: if you display that strength, you'll have someone in me that appreciates that. So just I'm gonna leave it with that for a sec, for something for you guys to think about. And I'm out. I see you down there, Cartel, Mr. Shook, to you, RPM, and everybody else who has endured this entire broadcast. Thank you once again for, sharing with me. And I hope all you have good, prosperous, safe weeks for yourselves, your family, your children. Um, and that's it. So, leave you with what I always say: long live the habitual line steppers. In Kev, we trust. And when you don't give up, uh, you will definitely win. Peace out. Till the next time.